And we're live here on Steve Coach Emilio Court at the DVC Palladium on the DVC Vikings Sports Network. The hottest team in California, winner of 11 of their last 12, the 18-8 DVC Vikings take home court for one last time this 2020 regular season on sophomore night, and the opponent, the 17-10 Delta College Mustangs. DVC is fighting for a top spot in the Big 8. They're currently tied with Santa Rosa at 11-3 in the Big 8. However, Santa Rosa does have the tiebreaker game over DVC, so essentially what the Vikings need to do is set themselves up in the best possible position by winning out and then crossing their fingers, hoping things go their way. So with our production team of Jack running the camera, alongside Mr. Green and White himself, Joe Hickey, my name is Max Agress, and I'm happy to bring you coverage of today's game. So let's pass it over to Joe right now, and let's hear his 3 keys to the game.
All right, first and foremost, survive on the glass. DVC not generally a team that wins the rebounding battle convincingly, but they need to make it competitive tonight against Delta. That's really the Mustangs' specialty. Top 25 in all of your board stats, offensive, defensive, total rebounds, margin, all that good stuff. I look forward when he comes in off the bench to seeing the battle between Dylan Autry, best offensive rebounder in the Big 8, and Isaiah Hood, third best defensive rebounder in the Big 8. And Chris Munoz and Jordan Mias are also going to be critical when Harley and Hood are sitting tonight. In fact, Chris Munoz inserted directly into the starting lineup for one of the first times this season. Second key, bombs away. DVC's big strategy has been to find those open three-pointer looks in the flow of their offense. They're 16th in the state in made threes and 12th in attempts. Delta, far less of a threat. Not really the way they tend to go about things, except for one guy. Travis August, you've got to take, you really can't take your eyes off of him. He averages 4 for 11 from 3 on the season. He was 7 for 15 on January 17th when these teams last met up, and had a big part in making that game closer than it was for a good chunk of the middle going. Lastly, play tidy. Neither team's particularly aggressive on the defensive end. They're both bottom half of the state in steals and blocks, but Delta is particularly good at avoiding turnovers. Just 12 per game on the season. That ranks them 8th in the state. And they're averaging 10 turnovers per game in wins, but 16 in losses. And so if you can drive that number up and take care of business on the glass, that DVC shooting should help to carry them home, get them to 12-3 inside the Big 8, and take this conference title race down to the last day, Max.
So with that, we'll take a quick break and be back on the other side for our first half of the doubleheader tip-off here in Pleasant Hill, California. So stay tuned. You're tuned in to DVC basketball on the DVC Vikings Sports Network. Back here in Pleasant Hill, California, as we go over the starting lines for today's game. So we'll start with the visitors, and Joe will take that over.
All right, same lineup they ran out 1 month ago in Stockton. Travis August and Keith Terry in the backcourt. August is the one you really want to watch on this team. As we said, a fantastic three-point shooter and someone who, when he gets hot, that's how the team tends to go. Onkar Sadhu, Jaden Malone, and Aaron Pua. Pua, a big threat on the offensive boards, and Sadhu, somebody who's had a really nice stretch of games recently, averaging 12 points and 10 boards over his last handful of outings here with the black and gold.
And on the other side for the Vikings, it's basically the typical starters, except on the bottom right over there, we'll start over there with Chris Munoz. Munoz getting his start, going up from there. Isaiah Hood, one of the prolific scorers for this DVC team. He'll need an basically not turn the ball over and do everything else that he does well to ensure a victory right here against Delta. Roll Harley's getting a start as well. Prolific scorer, rebounder, and three-point shooter. Darius Jackson getting the start. And then, Mr. Three-Pointer himself, Mitchell Smith at the very top, running the point and shooting guard, rather, for DVC. So we're just about ready to get things going. And we'll have tip-off in just a moment.
And we'll take a quick look as well. Darius Jackson, worth calling some attention to. His last 3 games have been fantastic. 20 off the bench, 13 after that, and then 30, his DVC career high up at American River 5 days ago. He's really been coming into himself. Lost his starting spot about a month ago, has been in and out of the starting lineup, but he seems to be pretty well stationed in there now after those early outbursts to get games going.
Yeah, and the one thing that stood out to me in the last game that we called over here on the Vikings DVC Sports Network is Mitchell Smith, man. It doesn't matter where he is on the floor. He kind of has that limitless range that we see like with Curry bringing to the NBA. He goes out here and he shoots it from anywhere on the floor. It doesn't matter if he's 32 feet out or if he's right on the three-point line. He gets out there and he makes it happen.
No, he's good for one straight-up bunkers three-pointer roughly every 2 games. And the spacing that he brings to the floor, the gravity that his range and that Isaiah Hood's skill can bring to an offense, that's what opens up the driving lanes for these fast cuts that we see from Smith, from Jackson, from LaFortune when he comes in off the bench. All of that very much owing to the ability of those 2 players to keep the floor spaced out.
So as we get ready to get things going, we'll have 2 men coming to the middle of the floor in between the circles, and we'll have the jump off in just a moment. So going over there in the middle is the center, Pua, the freshman out of Stockton, California, and then coming in for DVC is Isaiah Hood. So 2 of the tallest players on the team going inside and getting ready to get things going.
According to my information, only a 1-inch height difference, but that might be exaggerated because of the hair.
Tip is up, and Darius Jackson gets the first ball of the game. He'll dribble on the C of the DVC logo, and he'll look for the set from his head coach, Steve Coach Emilio. They go right to Isaiah Hood on the right wing, driving down the baseline, going up, and a soft touch off the glass gets the Vikings on the board first.
Gorgeous little pump fake to help the defender fly by, and then puts it in off the right side of the glass.
And on the other side of the floor now, Terry will be the main ball handler as he kicks out to the corner to Sadhu. Back out to Terry as Terry spins around. He's guarded by Hood. Back out to the wing now as Sadhu has the ball, gets inside, gets him. And he tries to get the ball over Al Harley. No good there, and the Vikings get a defensive start to get things off.
There's that defensive rebounding we talked about with Isaiah Hood. He's good for 9 boards a game, 3rd in defensive rebounds in the Big 8.
Munoz on the top of the key. Finds Hood. Hood jab steps. Now he takes it down the rack, going up the glass, and this one goes over the top. And it'll be a foul called on DVC. Going in there, taking the charge, a hard charge, was Terry underneath the basket.
That's something that Isaiah is going to have to watch out for. Certainly been a theme of some of his lesser performances has been a bit of frustration at early fouls. Against Delta last time, none of that sort of difficulty. He had 23 in the first half.
Terry handling, trying to go down the baseline on Mitchell Smith. Doesn't like it, so he passes it back out to Sadhu. Sadhu finds a man on the baseline. That's Malone. Malone gets the ball stolen away, and now Hood's pushing up the floor. It's a 2-on-1. Passing out to Jackson, and Jackson goes up. Right hand off the glass, and the Vikings take a 4-0 lead.
DJ Jelly Roll.
Terry. Out to Sadhu, back out to Terry. Terry is that prolific ball handler for the team, averaging 7.4 points per game himself, but then having 4.3 assists per game. So he can definitely throw some dimes when need be. Trying to get in the lane, he turns this ball over. Fighting on the ground is Munoz and Terry trying to get the ball up, and it'll be called a jump ball, and the possession arrow will go back the way of Delta.
And lucky for him, Keith Terry, 28th in the state in assist-to-turnover ratio, so those turnovers a bit of a rare event for him.
And now August from the left corner will heave up a shot, no good, but an amazing rebound there. Darius Jackson gives up a lot of height in that matchup, but he went over the back and got the defensive board. Jackson out to Hood. Hood serving over the top on the right wing. He'll wait. Decides to defer back out to Jackson now. Raul Harley has the ball on the left wing. Mitchell Smith pump fakes, goes out, and about 2 feet behind the free throw line, gets the bounce to go off the glass, and the Vikings are up 6-0 now.
Smith's had a couple rough shooting nights the last few outings with the green and white. That sort of role lets you know he might have his touch back.
Finally got a little bit of magic back in those arms. Terry now for 3, left wing 3, that's no good. Mitchell Smith gets the rebound. Smith up the floor, decides to take a second as Delta gets back on defense.
You saw how open they left Keith Terry. That is by design. They did that last time as well. He's a 24% three-point shooter.
Raul Harley has it in the left corner. Getting back out to Munoz, and now Harley gets the ball in the handoff once again. Fighting hard for the ball is DVC, but Delta comes back away with it. August has the ball, and it'll be a matchup with Mitchell Smith, finding a man running down the floor, but the ball's poked out. A whistle is called. The DVC bench did not like it, but it looks like this one will be a reach-in on Raul Harley. Substitutions for San Joaquin Delta as they bring in 2 new players. Nabors comes into the game, and somebody who we didn't know was going to play or not, Autry coming in for the black and gold. Stepping back after a crossover dribble and tossing up the shot is August as he misses another 3-point shot. And now getting the first shot of the game is Autry as he missed the shot but gets his own offensive rebound. And now a man is laboring on the floor. It looks like that's Isaiah Hood there. He might have been hit on the offensive rebound from Autry.
And I'll say this, the insertion of Autry almost certainly a response to all the great work DVC was doing at limiting Delta to just one chance down the floor each time. Hood owning the glass off of Delta misses, and Dylan Autry certainly a good response to that.
Danny LaFortune will come in and replace Isaiah Hood as he gets an early breather in this game. Sideline inbounding is Nabors here as he has to loft over to the top, and Terry's able to go up and get it. 25 seconds on the shot clock. Looking along the right wing is Travis, spinning around, back out to Malone, and now Terry has it. Terry feeding out, and that goes out to Autry. Autry on the left wing, he's guarded by Munoz, and now Terry has it once again, driving down the lane instead of taking a 3-point shot this time, goes up, pump fakes, offensive rebound by Malone. Malone goes up, and he's blocked over the top by Raul Harley. Met him at the summit, and 16-25, the Vikings push down the floor, going coast to coast, or trying to at least, is LaFortune, as the ball is tipped out of bounds and it goes back the way of Delta. (6-0), 16-18 left in this first quarter of play. And despite the fact that DVC has pitched a shutout, the Delta College Mustangs have really had some great opportunities underneath the basket.
Indeed, and Riley Neighbor is somebody who off the bench has given them a good shot in the arm, has had a couple of 20-point games in the last month.
And Alcaraz checks into the game for SJD. Raul Harley almost tipped that ball away from Malone, but Malone was able to get the ball back. Now Alcaraz travels before he gets the shot up and good. So assist to turnover so far. The Vikings have forced quite a bit of turnovers to start this game off.
And that one, not even a matter of busy hands or anything like that, just really good movement of the feet by Mitchell Smith, and of course sort of guiding him into Raul Harley's airspace.
Darius Jackson back out to Raul Harley as he works from the left wing. He's guarded over by August. The Vikings didn't like the set, so they decided to reset it over the top to Darius Jackson. Darius Jackson dribbles with the right hand, lofting over the top. Munoz gets it back out to Mitchell Smith. Mitchell Smith, left wing, 3-point shot, no good. High rebound by Nabors as Nabors brings it up the court. Trying to throw a fastball over to Alcaraz. As Alcaraz wasn't able to handle it with the right hand, that ball was tossed behind him, and now a good sight for Vikings fans as Isaiah Hood checks back into the game.
Absolutely.
Great job of the athletic training staff getting Hood back on his feet and back into this game.
And certainly DVC challenging for a Big 8 title. They're also looking forward to their first playoff run in half a decade, and so you want Isaiah Hood in top condition for that.
And in the left corner, driving down the baseline, is Darius Jackson trying to make that happen. And he gets that out to Mitchell Smith. Mitchell Smith missed the three, but before he even got the shot off, he stepped out of bounds. So with 15-10, the Vikings turn the ball over, and it's still a 6-0 game. Sadu checks into the game, getting his first minutes for Delta, and they'll send Neighbors over to the left side of the sideline to pick things back up. Alcaraz dribbling with the left hand. Handing it off to August. August back out to Alcaraz. Alcaraz feeding inside. That one goes off to Autry. Autry using some strong post moves underneath the basket. Got inside the restricted area and went up with the left hand to get this shot to drop.
A little bit of a push-off. Might have even been considered offensive pass interference, except, of course, in the Super Bowl.
As Hood has the ball, and LaFortune, left corner three. That one's up and good, filling the cup and making a 9-2 game.
Danny had 17 up in Stockton. He was one of the prime beneficiaries of the gravity of Isaiah Hood, and the Vikings essentially won that game by a Danny.
Alcaraz has the ball, dribbling on the left hand. He goes and gets it out to the corner, and a corner three-point shot is put up by Neighbors, as Neighbors missed the shot, but an offensive rebound goes to Alcaraz, and Alcaraz goes up, and he's fouled on the shot, so he'll go to the free throw line for the first time today.
Don't look now, but Delta halfway to the bonus at this point. 4 team fouls for the Vikings. Delta actually yet to commit one.
14-16 and halfway to the bonus. This is not what you want, especially fighting for contention for that Big 8 title. But what this means is you need some good coaching from the bench. Coach Emilio has been at this for a while, and he'll figure out how to coach up his team to not have any more petty fouls.
Alcaraz at the line, 79% free throw shooter. Not a terribly good free throw shooting team, this Delta squad. 12 of 18 on average per game.
Able to knock down both the free throws, and it makes it a 9-4 game with 14-14 remaining in the first half.
Should have said not a terribly good free throw shooting team with the exception of Alcaraz.
And on the other side of the ball, it looked like San Joaquin Delta showed a little bit of full court pressure for a moment, but then they drop back and come into a 3-2 zone. Directing traffic is Darius Jackson as the ball almost popped away. Ro Harley was there to pick it up, and LaFortune has it in the right wing. Right corner three-point shot as the ball was dropped off over to Isaiah Hood. And now the Vikings get the offensive rebound once again, but the pass as LaFortune was stuck up in the air. He needed to get that off fast. He tried to get off to Harley, and Harley wasn't quite ready for the ball. That's a turnover on the Vikings.
I think Danny wanted to refeed Harley since he had done such great work. You saw him skying for that offensive rebound just then. I think just wanted to have the proper symmetry, reward him for that effort.
9-4 game, and the crossover dribble is up and good for Alcaraz as he crosses over Isaiah Hood, and this makes it a 9-6 game.
Taking full advantage of the quickness difference.
And Darius Jackson talked about somebody who's quick, has the handles for the Vikings. Feeding inside, this goes out to Ro Harley. He goes up with the left hand, gets the contact, but the ball just does not drop. Swirled around the edge of the rim before taking an exit off the right side. But it will send Harley out to the line to shoot 2 free throws, 71% free throw shooter on the season.
It's great work by Harley to keep that in his left hand and create the space over the potential shot blocker, Dylan Autry.
First free throw curls out the left side now. So by the logic, it exit out right the first time, exit out left the second time. This one set to go in, right? And there
Looks
we go.
Like it worked out.
Everything in balance. It's a 4-point game now, 13-16 remaining in the first half of play. And the ball handler continues to be Alcaraz. Alcaraz out to Neighbors. Neighbors has Mitchell Smith on him on defense, gets double for a second, kicking out the corner, out to Keith Terry, rather. Dribbling left hand, trying to get inside on LaFortune. Shot is up, misses it. Danny gets the rebound.
Sadu sitting back to try and author a little bit of pressure.
And they're giving a few different looks here. They started in the 3-2, and then I'll switch up into the 2-3 defense. So a few different zone looks have we seen from Delta early on in this game. And we'll get our first timeout of the game. It's a 30-second timeout, and we'll take this break. So with 12:45 remaining in this first half of play, the Vikings have a 10-point lead to the 6 points, or 10-point scored to the 6 points of Delta. We'll take a quick timeout and be back on the other side here on the Vikings Sports Network. back here on Steve Coach Emilio Court as the Vikings will get the ball and they'll inbound it from the right side of the baseline on the side of the floor of SJD. Scanning the floor, trying to find anybody to pass it into is Jairus Jackson. He ends up getting Danny LaFortune able to get open to get the ball. And now a deep three-point shot. That was Mitchell Smith. We talked about this in the pregame show. Mitchell Smith heaves up a deep one, but that one misses. And now Delta brings it up the floor. Sadu getting inside the lane before getting out to Alcaraz. Alcaraz trying to get around Mitchell Smith, but he ends up carrying the ball, and that will be another turnover on San Joaquin Delta.
And Delta starting to look for the closest thing they have at the moment to a hot hand in Alcaraz. He's got 4 of their 6 points.
And Nakun, as well as trying to get the last number, I believe August checks back into the game.
That's right.
And those are the 2 substitutions for Delta. Vikings have the ball with Mitchell Smith, getting it back out to Darius Jackson. Darius Jackson crossover dribble, getting around a screen from Hood as he almost loses the handle. Instead, he goes out to the left corner, and that goes out to LaFortune. LaFortune misses the shot by Raul Harley, showing the athleticism. Soared high throughout the sky and almost got the brilliant putback. Instead, spinning around on the other side and hitting the three-point shot as Isaiah Hood came out contested hard, but using the 360 spin move, August is able to get the three-point shot to drop.
If there's any good news in that for DVC is that, Autry with a block on Hood, but it comes straight to LaFortune, who drills a 3. That works out just fine.
So do you call that an assist on Hood there, or do you give the assist on the other side of the floor to Autry?
Yeah, I think that might have to be the way it goes. Couldn't have found him better in open space if he'd tried, which I'm going to assume he didn't.
13-9 game, and on the other side of the floor, another three-point shot is up and good, and August is starting to find his hot hand on the floor.
And that is exactly what Steve Coach Emilio is going to want to avoid. Just like that, he's got half of their 12.
13-12, the Vikings trying to get another good set going and pulling up from the right elbow. That one was a beautiful shot by Darius Jackson, elevating high, showing off the sweet stroke and making it a 15-12 game. 10:49 remaining, trying to throw a lob inside. And it looked like Sadu didn't like the shot, ended up tipping out to the corner, and they left Terry for a wide open three-point shot. Again, the Vikings end up pushing up the floor after the quick pace. Isaiah Hood spots up for a wide open three-point shot. That one's no good. Sadu gets the rebound. Harley was trying to contest for it, but that one wasn't good either. August heaving up another three-point shot, and this man is absolutely on fire so far. He ties the game up 15-15, 10:22 remaining in the first half.
As we said, good for 11 attempts per game, Travis August. Just absolutely no conscience. If he finds that little avenue of open space, he's firing.
Daniel LaFortune, another capable scorer for the Vikings, has the ball now. He pump fakes for a second before getting it back out to Mitchell Smith. Straightaway three-point shot. That one curls out. And Sadu gets another rebound, pushing up the court to Sadu, trying to go coast to coast now, swinging out to the corner. And then this one goes out to Nakun. Nakun misses the shot, and Isaiah Hood gets the rebound. Isaiah Hood pump fakes for just a moment, going up, and the scoop shot with the left hand's no good. Harley fighting Isaiah Hood for the offensive rebound. Harley was there to get it first, and now a dangerous pass goes out to LaFortune. He's able to handle it, but Mitchell Smith gets the ball, and Harley continuing to save the day for the Vikings, gets the ball before it gets out of bounds.
Raul is everywhere right now. Wow, what a little crossover fake. He almost knocked Nakon down from 5 feet away.
Substitutions on the floor for the Vikings and the Mustangs here as Pua gets some playing time once again. Didn't really have much production come back into the game as the Vikings make a substitution as well, bring Munoz back in for LaFortune. So the Vikings making that size substitution there.
Also Diego Paredes coming in for his first action tonight. He takes off, I saw it before, Harley.
Mitchell Smith dribbles it with the right hand. He's wearing green and white sneakers as it gets out to Munoz. Munoz has the ball before getting out to Paredes. Paredes trying to feed inside to Isaiah Hood. Isaiah Hood gets the ball, and he's fouled here. So just like that, the fouls are starting to become a little bit more balanced. 4 fouls on the Vikings, 3 on Delta College.
And DVC have done well to find a bit more discipline on the defensive end.
And credit that to the good coaching of Steve Coach Emilio, yelling out to his team and getting the set going right now.
Well, you don't get a court named after you for nothing.
9 minutes remaining in the first half of play, 15-15 game. Mitchell Smith spins around, does a 360 himself, tossing out to the corner, and that one's intercepted. Doing a terrific job getting his feet down. That would have been an NFL catch if you wanted to call it that way by Terry. And Terry gets the steal as August handles with the left hand. He's picked up by Darius Jackson. The Vikings in a man-to-man defense here. Looking to get a screen. Fighting around the screen is Darius Jackson. As August spinning around, misses the shot, and a strong rebound off the left hand of Chris Munoz allows the Vikings to push up the floor. Mitchell Smith, three-point shot in the left corner. Mitchell Smith unable to get that ball to drop. And the rebound goes out to Nakun. 15-15, 8:15 remaining in this first half of play. And Terry has it with the right hand. Terry gets the switch on Munoz as the Vikings looking to set back on defense now. Feeding inside. This one goes out to Pua, and Pua spins around, does a 180, and goes up and makes the shot. This gives Delta College their first lead of the game, 17-15. Vikings facing a little bit of early adversity here as they try to work through it. Darius Jackson out to Paredes. Paredes shooting a deep three-point shot himself from the right wing. That one swirls out, and the Vikings just haven't been able to get much of a groove from beyond the arc so far this game.
Yeah, we mentioned that as one of the keys to the game was bombs away. It's definitely DVC's MO to fire up from distance. But you're absolutely right. Even with the open looks they've had, I think perhaps even almost a little too open for them. It's throwing their rhythm off just a bit.
So another timeout will be called on the floor, and we'll keep it around this time. It's 17-15 game right now, and we're going to go around the horn.
All right, let's talk a little bit about DVC softball because we're all excited about tonight's men's game and the women's game as well. We're going to see the #1 team in the state in women's basketball, Delta. Well, we've already got one victory today for the green and white over a #1 team in the state. Softball splitting a doubleheader today with San Mateo, and that's a perennial NorCal power. And the Vikings able to take game one with a little bit of early scoring, a home run from Megan Downing, picking up 3 runs in the bottom of the first inning, able to extend it. They somehow managed to win a game 5-4 despite having just 2 hits in that matchup. They end up finishing it off with San Mateo trying to strategize for a game-winning run. They win it on a outfield assist double play, a fly ball to the wall by Riley Donovan, a 602 hitter, and yes, you heard that right. 602 hitter with 6 home runs already on the very short season, and caught by Maddie Leffel at the wall. She guns down the runner trying to get into scoring position with 2 down, and that was how that one ended. Game 2 of that doubleheader went to overtime. That's the wrong word for it. Went to extra innings, largely on the basis of a 4-run rally by the green and white in the bottom of the 7th, and in fact very nearly was a walk-off win on an inside-the-park grand slam, but Megan Downing gunned down at the plate. San Mateo able to take that one 8-4 in extras. But they're the #9 ranked team in NorCal now, the DVC Softball Club, and really exciting. Never say die. They score early and they score late.
Back to action, back on the floor as Pua has the ball now. Outside of the arc, he'll hand it off over to Nakun. August, he's been the real difference maker in this game so far as he hands the ball off and going up and a little too strong off the glass as Neighbors misses the shot, and the Vikings pushing it back up the floor. 7:08 remaining as, oh my goodness, right-handed jam going up, and Isaiah Hood puts an emphatic slam on it, making it a 17-17 game.
That feels like about a month worth of frustration taken out on that hoop.
And on the other side of the floor, Terry makes a shot for just a moment, but a whistle will be called down before the shot.
Jordan Mias holding his left hand. I don't know if he got a thumb jammed or something like that, going up for a board.
So despite the quick foul, or the quick whistle rather, it will be a 19-17 game on the official scoreboard, and that's what we'll continue with. So they counted the basket as good. The whistle was not before it. And with 6:48, Delta takes a lead once again. Daniel LaFortune back out to Darius Jackson as Jackson heaves up a 3 himself, knocking it down from long range. Darius Jackson.
And with Mitchell Smith going through a little bit of an off night, the Vikings are going to try to find those three-point balls from a few different places.
And now a terrific play, working off a screen, getting wide open down the baseline is August. And August continues to show his prolific scoring abilities here.
First man in double figures tonight. He's got 11 of Delta's 21.
21 and 20, 6:13 remaining. LaFortune trying to change the fortunes on the floor for the Vikings here. Pulling up, and that one goes out to Paredes as Paredes floats up for the mid-range jump shot, and he's able to knock it down, making a 22-21 game. Terry has got the lion's share of the minutes at point guard for San Joaquin Delta, and he continues to handle things here. Pua spinning inside, goes up, soft shot off the glass. He'll get the and one and line up at the line for a three-point play opportunity.
And we'll see if that's on Hood. If so, that'll be his second. And no, it's Jordan Mias. So not that we don't love Jordan, but nice to see Hood stay on one.
Hood got in foul trouble early on in that game. He had, essentially his lion's share of his points scored in the first half, having 23. But then with those with the foul trouble, he didn't get much action in the second half. Vikings pushing hard after the missed free throw attempt.
Quite a
they
battle
get the
for
rebound.
that board.
Darius Jackson sitting on the C of the DVC logo will dribble it with 17 seconds on the shot clock. 5:26 remaining, getting out to Mijas. LaFortune from the from the left elbow rather, gets it back out to Paredes. You called for it just a moment ago, bombs away, and the Vikings have since responded. So we're sitting right here on courtside, so maybe they heard you.
I don't think they need my help to know that that's what they've been doing well for the last 2 months.
25-23 point game. Terry stepping up, taking a deep 2-point shot. That one's a miss. Good contest by Isaiah Hood as LaFortune brings up the court. LaFortune looked for a screen for just a moment, but decides to pass it out to Mijas instead. Now Darius Jackson standing at the C, working out to his left-hand side, will dribble the ball. Paredes lining it up, and another 3-point shot fills the cup, and that's a splash for the Vikings, 28-23.
Personal 8-2 run there for Diego Paredes. He's DVC's leading scorer in about 2 minutes off the bench.
Terry trying to find his 3-point shooter, and that's August, and August continues to show the flamethrower of an arm that he has.
Vikings are going to have to figure out how to stick to him. That's 14 for August.
4:11 remaining. The Vikings still have a 2-point lead after taking things back, and Coach Emilio will take a timeout. So with that timeout, we'll take it with them. Vikings fighting back after that little timeout there from Delta College, and they take a 2-point lead, 28-26, 4:08 remaining in this first half of play. And we'll take a break here on the Vikings Sports Network. Back here on the floor for the Vikings as the Vikings get the ball back with the 2-point lead. 4:04 remaining in this first half of play, and the Vikings trying to close things out strong. From the right wing here, Paredes diving down the lane, gets down the baseline, and he misses the shot at the rim, but he'll end up earning his way to the line.
Well, got a lot of space there. Took advantage of the respect he's gained from three-point land to get that up fake. Lost his defender there and had an acre of space down the baseline, right into the teeth of the defense, but with a little space to work with.
3:57, lining up for the free throw shot. The first one is up and good. And Paredes able to knock things down.
Amazingly, just the 15th free throw he's attempted. He's now 10 for 15 on the season.
This makes it a 3-point game as the Vikings cap off that play. 2 for 2 from the line, making it a 30-26 game. From the right wing now, Nacone had the ball, but he gets it back out to August, and August will handle things, dribbling as he's defended by Hood. He's doubled for a moment by Raul Harley before throwing up a three-point shot, and he finally lost a little bit of fuel out of that flamethrower that he has for a right arm, and now the Vikings trying to push the pace down the other side. Three-point shot by Paredes as he knocks the ball down and gets the 4-point play opportunity.
Diego Paredes feeling it from distance, a 33% shooter, but if I'm not mistaken, that's 3 for 4 now from distance for Diego.
More than anything, it's the swagger that he had at the end of the play. He just held the hand back out and he said, hey, check out that clean stroke that I have.
Yeah, gotta strike the pose.
4-point play opportunity is up, and this one is good. The Vikings stealing all of the momentum back as they take the 8-point lead.
Paredes now joint leading scorer in the game with Travis August. I don't think I would have come up with that in my pregame notes as the likeliest scenario, but that's why you play him. Diego having the game of his life.
August has the ball in the corner. He's trapped for a moment. Going up high is Malone trying to get that ball, but he's fouled by the body of Isaiah Hood. Hood's second foul, if I'm not mistaken.
Third on Isaiah.
Third, ooh.
Oh, wait, they've edited on there. Now they say his second. I thought it was number 2. Yeah, they fixed that on the scoreboard.
So despite the fact that he has 2 fouls, Isaiah Hood will step off the floor, replacing him as Chris Munoz.
Mitchell Smith back in as well for the Vikings.
And now Alcaraz gets the ball inbound to August, and August continues to be the lifeline of this Delta team.
Sadu actually on that one, I believe, down low.
So with that foul as well, it'll put San Joaquin Delta over into the bonus. So Sadu misses it. Raul Harley gets the rebound. And now Darius Jackson and this DVC team will have to play some clean basketball in the last few minutes to avoid the one-on-one opportunities from the line. Munoz has the ball back out to Mitchell Smith. Mitchell Smith handing the ball off, and that one goes out to Paredes. Paredes pump fakes. He's looking for another three-point shot working beyond that arc. Pressured for a moment. Mitchell Smith driving down the lane, goes up, and a terrific attempt at his shot is left short at the rim. He needed to get the shot off before the shot clock wore out. A rung, but he got the shot off, and it's a 34 to 28-point game still. Seems like 2 common trends that we're seeing from August today. He likes to shoot a deep three-point shot, and he likes to spin around a lot. The foul will be called on the Vikings, so another 1-and-1 opportunity on the floor for Delta. Dribbling for a moment, going up. Unable to miss it, so not able to capitalize early on these free throws in the bonus is Delta College, and with 2:30 remaining, there isn't very many possessions left in this first half.
It's a little surprising there from August. He's an 81% free throw shooter. If there's anybody on that team you'd want at the line for the front end of a 1-and-1, it would be him.
Munoz has the ball, looking for Paredes, instead finds Mitchell Smith along the right wing. He'll drive down the lane, 3 seconds left on the shot clock. Munoz shoots a deep three himself. And that three from the right wing is missed, 34 to 28, still the score. And now on the other side, pushing down the floor is Sadu. Sadu gets it off to August. August once again, nothing but net.
Worth noting the defense on the other end on the play beforehand. Onkar Sadu did a really good job of sticking to Mitchell Smith on a play that the Vikings really like to run. The pass to the elbow and the back cut behind.
Mitchell Smith will hold the clock down to 10 seconds before starting out the set. Looking for a screen, hands it off, and that's that is Paredes once again. 1 3-point shot on one side, and the Vikings respond emphatically on the other side of the floor. And the leading scorer now should be Paredes, if I'm not mistaken.
He and August both on 17 apiece. So the 2 of them together have as many points as everyone else on the floor combined.
That's quite a stat there.
And on the ones on the benches as well. All of them. And us, for that matter.
Terry will look to inbound it with 1:18 remaining. He feeds, and Pua has the ball. Ball's tipped away. August wasn't quite able to get there. He had his hand on it, and it was tipped out of bounds, and that's a terrific job by Darius Jackson there pushing the pressure, and the Vikings get a key turnover.
Again, turning over other teams, not really DVC's strong suit, but tonight they've certainly made Delta look a lot less than the 8th best team in the state at avoiding turnovers.
Substitutions, getting more offense on the floor as LaFortune comes back into the game for Munoz here. Darius Jackson gets it off to the hot hand of Paredes, and let's see if he can do it inside the paint as well. That one is short as it rolls around the rim, and on the other side of the floor, Delta trying to go coast to coast with Terry there, as Terry is, I believe, fouled there, and it'll be called on Danny LaFortune. So
2 on Danny.
Second foul on Danny. It's the 9th foul on the Vikings, so will still be a 1-on-1 opportunity. Terry's a 63% free throw shooter on the year.
Yeah, you look at his shooting stats, really, Terry much more a facilitator, kind of a pure point guard.
First half of the 1-on-1 is missed, and the Vikings get another rebound.
And again, Jackson skying. We got to look at his hops. We'll talk about that in a second. Thought that Smith was going to pop that one out for a 3. We got to look at his hops against American River. He ended up getting a technical foul on an attempted offensive board because he ended up hanging on the rim.
And now he shoots a 3 himself and misses it. The Vikings are able to get the ball as they call for one shot. Oh my goodness, Paredes almost heaved up the 3-point shot, and Coach Emilio was not feeling it.
Diego could be forgiven for wanting to pop that one loose. 20.5 would be a thus far college career highlight for him, that's for sure.
10 seconds left on the Glenn Cup, and a no-look pass is up, and this one goes back out to Paredes. He ran the baseline, goes up with the reverse, and gets the and one to go.
He might get that 3 the hard way.
What a terrific assist on the play, though. No look, finding the man running down the baseline, and you can almost think it's telepathy there.
No, that was a hard cut by Paredes, and you can see just absolutely engaged in every facet of the game right now.
He'll go to the line and see if he can make this a 9-point game with 7:02 remaining, or 7.2 rather, remaining in this first half. Free throw is up, and that man could do no wrong today. 40-31, last shot for Delta here as Alcaraz pulls up from the short right corner there, misses the shot. The Vikings get the rebound, and that sends us to our halftime score of 40-31.
My word, Max, just we got a little bit concerned there. The Vikings had an early lead. Delta built their way back in through a hot little streak by Travis August, and it certainly looked like he was about to take over. And then just the biggest surprise of all, Diego Paredes coming out 20 points off the bench. I don't think he played until there were 8 minutes left till halftime. Just a stunning display for him. And, of course, the reason DVC now lead by 9.
Terrific first half of play. The Vikings fighting through some early adversity, come out with a 9-point lead. And so with that, we'll take a break, taking it into the half as the women's team come out and warm up a little bit at halftime. So with 14:26 in this break, in this intermission period, we'll take a break as well and be back on the other side giving you some halftime stats as well as the beginning of the second half of play for this men's basketball game in the first half of the doubleheader. So you're tuned into DVC basketball on the DVC Vikings Sports Network. At halftime, the Vikings are up 40-31. Back here on Steve Coach Emilio Court as we get ready for the second half action here in this first half of the doubleheader. The men's team came out and they did their thing, 40-31, coming back after some adversity. And we'll pass it to Joe for a little bit of a recap and some first half stats.
Yeah, the Vikings got started early with a bit of good work from Darius Jackson and Isaiah Hood. Early on, those were your chief scorers. Darius has got 7, Isaiah Hood 4, 2 of those coming in absolute rim-rattling fashion and bringing the arena to its feet. But Delta worked their way back in. They got some scoring off the bench from Gabe Alcaraz. Travis August started his way into human torch mode like we know he's capable of doing. And it looked for a little bit like the Vikings were going to have a hard time finding the brakes on him or finding somebody to go head-to-head with him. And I'm telling you, I would have come up with 4 or 5 other names before I came up with Diego Paredes to be the one that was going to go head-to-head with the best scorer in the Big 8 and take him bucket for bucket. But Diego caught fire, hit, I believe, 5 three-pointers, had a 3-point play, earned the hard way to get up to 20 on the half just before the break came. And that ability to arrest August and to go head-to-head with him is why DVC are up 9.
And Paredes is a good three-point shooter at 33%, but he was just absolute fire. That percentage is going up after this game.
Yeah, just unconscious for a little bit there. We got to look at a couple of heat checks. He took a few that were pretty well contested. And we saw him strike the pose on the 4-point play at one point.
Got a great picture as well.
Indeed, yeah, it was a great one. If you take a look at the DVC Athletics Twitter feed, at DVC_Athletics. Great photo, I believe, possibly from our own Caitlin Luquette. Of Diego striking the pose from the right wing as the ball swishes through the hoop, as it did so many times in half number 1.
And we're ready to get things going for the second half. The Vikings will inbound and get the ball first. As the possession arrow flips back the way of the Vikings here. And we're ready to go. Darius Jackson pulling up from the right wing, or gets the ball at the right wing before getting it back out to Mitchell Smith. Mitchell Smith feeding it out to Isaiah Hood. Isaiah Hood working that baseline, going up with the left-handed shot. He's fouled. And we'll see if they call the shot continuation or if they say the foul happened before it.
Apparently they're saying no continuation on that, so DVC will inbound on the first personal against Jaden Malone.
Getting the start for the second half is Paredes, as to be expected after that first half of play. And Mitchell Smith, the typical three-point bomber for the Vikings, trying to get some energy and some groove happening for himself in the second half of play. Mitchell Smith's picked up by August. He's going down the baseline himself, pump fakes for a moment, and he's called for a travel.
That pivot foot sliding as he hit the brakes. For those wondering, by the way, coming into tonight, the career high for Diego Paredes was 12, and it was against Columbia in the second game of the season. He's already almost doubled that.
And now ill-advised pass there as Terry tried to lead his man, but there was just miscommunication between whoever he was trying to pass it to, as that was tossed into an open void.
I'd love to be able to say who the miscommunication was with, but your guess is as good as mine on that one, Max.
19-17 remaining in the rest of this game in the second half of action here. And the Vikings will get things going with Isaiah Hood. Isaiah Hood spins inside, going up with the right-handed shot. He spun into the middle of the lane but missed the shot. As Terry back out to August, and August does 360 with his hands this time around, missing his first three-point attempt of the second half of play.
That's probably why he missed it. He's used to being just a little bit dizzy.
So instead of doing a 360 with the body, you did with the arms, and apparently that doesn't work out for him, right?
Well, it's kind of like Marco Bellinelli. Too much equilibrium, you just don't, doesn't quite work. That guy's never hit a three-pointer when he wasn't leaning to the left that I've ever seen.
18:33 remaining in the second quarter. Malone is in on the game, and he's looking to possibly get a screen for his point guard. Terry having the ball from the left wing, back out to Malone. Malone handing it back off to Terry. Terry working it, feeds inside, and that one goes out to Autry. Autry not able to get the shot there, and the Vikings playing some good defense, throwing it inside the lane, going out to Raul Harley, as Harley was not able to get the needle pass thrown by his guard there.
Harley giveth, Harley taketh away. Busy hands over at the other end to interrupt Dylan Autry. He had to have believed when that ball came in that it was just going to be a simple venture getting those 2 points.
And Harley has had a terrific game. It might not show up on the stat sheet, but he's had a ton of energy for this Vikings team. Autry getting the offensive board, getting the foul and the easy shot. He was inside underneath the basket, And Autry will go to the line to shoot a three-point play opportunity.
And that's the third-ranked offensive rebounder in the state of California, 5th in total rebounds per game. But Delta have had to deal without him for quite some time. It's been a big deal for them that Onkar Sadhu has stepped up to such an extent because Autry's been out for most of the last month. Just came back 2 games ago.
And Autry comes in, and he makes an impact in the second half of play. 6-point lead for the Vikings. It's a 40-34 gain underneath 18 minutes in the second half. And Mitchell Smith gets it into Munoz, who just checked in this game, getting some size on the floor for the Vikings. Oral Harley has the ball. Crossover dribble, gets inside the lane, goes up. He misses the shot, but he earns a trip to the line.
And that's going to be 3 on Autry.
This is the first time the Vikings
my mistake. Not Autry. That's actually on Malone.
First time we're seeing Autry on the floor this season against the Vikings. Like we said before, January 11th through February 7th, he missed all those games, ended up playing a game in between, playing last February 13th, and now coming back today to get some action back on the floor. Harley able to knock down both of the free throws. So a successful trip to the line makes it an 8-point game once again, but getting it back to the margin that we had at halftime. Neighbors back out to Terry. Terry has the ball. He's working on the baseline. Some good defense from the Vikings, and in particular, Darius Jackson. They're falling all the way, but Delta able to get this strong board once again. Foul is called on Oral Harley here, and 2 fouls apiece so far as substitutions come in.
It's certainly not been an uncommon theme in the games that I've gotten a chance to call this year. Games where you go the first 10 minutes of the game and there are maybe 3 or 4 total fouls between the two teams. You get started in the second half and you get 4 in the first 2 minutes. Travis August again teeing up from the left corner, trying to pick up where he left off.
And August missed a step in the first missed shot, but he seemed to get his groove back. 42-37, timeout is called by Steve Coach Emilio. And with 17:06 remaining in the game, we'll pass it back around to Joe to go around the horn.
All right, taking a look at other spring sports that have gotten up and running. Track and field under new coach Mia Tizzano is going to be at De Anza for the Jim Lithicum Invitational on Saturday. They got started. They were the last of the spring sports to get rolling this season this past Saturday at the Monterey Peninsula College Open, and they dominated in particularly field events and distance running in that. Zakiya Nichols and Demisha Price 1-2 in women's shot put. Nora Aleta second places in both the long and the triple jump, and Julia Gonzalez, our All-American cross-country runner, taking third in the 3,000 meters. Over on the men's side, some serious dominance in the field events. Matthew Thomas, shot put, discus, and hammer throw, winning all 3 of them. Trey Pierce almost joined him as a triple winner, took long jump, triple jump, and third in the high jump behind his teammate Marshall Lott. And then the highlight of the day was DVC placing all of the top 5 in the 800 meters, led by Miles Duncan, Dion McCrary, and Dylan Cook. Cook also took the 1,500. Logan McNamara took the 3,000 meters. Track and field off to a fantastic running start, if you'd like to say, although a lot of it has been a throwing start or a jumping start. There's an awful lot of that going on, but some great talent for DVC in track and field, and we look forward to seeing what they're up to this Saturday down in Cupertino.
Back to the hardwood now to get some action back on the floor. And the Vikings up 42-37. We'll see what they can get going on offense. And this time around, they go over to Munoz as Munoz trying to get the shot off, misses it, and then I believe he'll be called for a foul.
Looks thoroughly unimpressed with it as well.
Nias replacing Chris Munoz here, so 6'6" coming out, 6'4" coming in, so the Vikings still have some size inside as they will have to compete against the 6'8" Autry.
Yeah, at the moment without Munoz or Hood on the floor. So
Alvarez
go ahead.
Passes inside to Autry as Autry missed the shot. And it left the cylinder for just a brief moment for Neighbors to go in and tip it in himself. I thought that one might have possibly been still up on the cylinder.
Neighbors, we mentioned, with a couple 20-point games this season off the bench. So far, the Vikings have largely held him in check. Those are his first 2.
And on the other side of the floor, the Vikings have a little blunder, and that won't be a travel called on Daniel LaFortune.
And with that, they're going to get Isaiah Hood back involved in this one.
quick check-in for Mias here as Hood checks back into the game. So once again, the tallest player on the floor for the Vikings is Isaiah Hood.
As we said, something to keep an eye on when once Delta gets shots up will be that battle between the 24s, but Delta's 24 not able to handle the hot pass.
Yeah, Sadhu trying to drop it off to Autry. Autry would have had a wide open shot there, but the ball went off his hands, off his face, and out of bounds. 42-39, 16:60 remaining. Darius Jackson hands it off to LaFortune. Mitchell Smith with the ball now from the left wing. He'll dribble behind the back, dribbling with the right hand. He's picked up by August on defense. Scanning the floor, ends up getting it back to his guard. And Darius Jackson, as Darius Jackson dribbles, switches hands, and they'll call it a travel. Alcaraz was right there in front of him, and he'll get a little bit of mojo going for himself, forcing that travel.
Back-to-back possessions for the Vikings, ending in turnovers by way of the cha-cha.
Poa coming back into the game. The freshman setter out of Stockton, California. Went to Bear Creek High School. He's gotten quite a few minutes after getting the start earlier.
He was the first option that Delta used to try to replace Autry when he went out injured. LaFortune picking a pass off.
And on off balance, Darius Jackson wasn't quite able to get his center of balance back, misses the shot, and now the ball's popped up once again. Darius Jackson gets the steal. The Vikings trying to push the pace out of a 3-on-2, getting out to Harley. Harley up, misses the shot, but he'll earn another trip to the line. Quite a hectic little 30 seconds of play there.
And we talked about both of these teams generally playing pretty tidy. About 12 turnovers a game for Delta, about 14 for DVC. It's a little unusual to see 3 quite that fast.
Dribbling twice, going up, and the shot is good. And I mean, Harley's really earned his living on that line. Like, essentially, I can't think of a single point that he scored from the field. The majority of it has come from that line as he knocks down 2 free throws right over here. But more than anything, it's just the energy that Harley has brought to the court. He's been everywhere and anywhere you ask of him.
No, his work on the defensive end, he's had a couple of opportunities to try to block. Here's Hood. Wow, bodying off Gabe Alcaraz. Just bounced right off of Big Isaiah. Earns another turnover for the Vikings.
Isaiah lifting out. He's listed as 195 there, but that strong body, that might be a lie, putting on some muscle there.
I'll put that one to the physics department, the way that Alcaraz bounced off of him, figure out the momentum vectors and things like that. Unfortunately, Alcaraz, quick hands, is going to take it right back.
So he earns the ball right back, and he'll dribble with the left hand. He's picked up just a little bit past midcourt by Darius Jackson. Fakes the pass for just a moment, getting out to Sadhu. Sadhu working around a screen, trying to go over the top of Harley, misses the shot. Vikings get the rebound with Mitchell Smith. Smith up the near side of the floor, swinging it out to the near side wing here. As Darius Jackson missing the shot, it went high, and the high rebound goes off to Sadhu.
Coach Cochamilio very unhappy with the challenge on that shot, wondering where the foul call was.
Terry spins around, swinging back out to Neighbors. Neighbors almost has the ball stolen away. And oh my goodness, a foul will be called on Daniel LaFortune.
That looked pretty
instead
clean
of a jump ball. So White 20 will get the foul. Coming back into the game as August for San Joaquin Delta. But this fan base here in Pleasant Hill, California is not liking that call.
I can't say I blame him. So a little foul trouble update. That's 3 on LaFortune. Hood also has 3 on the other side. Dylan Autry with 3.
So with the ball swinging back the way of the Mustangs, Terry will handle it once again. Getting back out to August. August does his 180 this time around, misses the 3-point shot, and a wide open shot is missed by Poa there. It looked like a point-blank made shot on the floor, but he just misses it.
He got a little too much spin on that thing and spun it right off the rim.
Isaiah Hood finds Daniel LaFortune. Back out to the right wing, and Jackson has the ball. Bounce pass inside. Isaiah down the baseline, swings it out. A left corner 3-point shot. Harley isn't able to hit. LaFortune getting over there, goes up, and this one will be called a jump ball. Neighbors and Daniel LaFortune came together for the ball. It looked like a strong offensive rebound initially for Danny, but the possession arrow will give the ball back to Delta. I've been saying a strong offensive rebound all day today, and that's what they've honestly been. Anytime a team has gotten an offensive board, they've been just grabbing at it and holding on it for their dear life. On the other side of the floor, Sadu worked in the baseline. He'll earn a trip to the line.
Harley picking up his second. I mean, both of these teams battling for playoff position. In the case of Delta, this recent run, ever since they lost to DVC up in Stockton, they've been 6-1. Has really lifted them back into this. They're now 25th ranked in the state of California. DVC, meanwhile, sitting at the 19th rank. You figure in NorCal probably on that 7th to 10th seed bubble. They're battling for a chance to actually get to start their postseason here in Pleasant Hill, where they've been so dominant.
Substitution for SJD. Autry checking back into the game with his 3 fouls. Lining up. I believe those are some tribute sneakers over to Kobe Bryant with the gold and the purple there as he misses the free throw shot.
He might be a Baltimore Ravens fan. Can't rule that out.
Speaking from one, sitting to my left here. Mitchell Smith pump fakes from 3, doesn't like the shot as he was closed out quickly by August. Instead, makes his way back around and knocks down the straightaway 3-point shot.
Exactly what we've been waiting for from Mitchell. Missed his first 4. Finally has found the range.
47-39, 13 minutes remaining in this game. Terry dribbling with the right hand. He'll get picked up on defense by Darius Jackson as he goes high over the top of the glass. That one was close to hitting the bars on the DVC rim, or the handling situation there for the basket, and it makes it a 6-point game. Not mistaken, that's the 4th point by Terry tonight.
You are not mistaken.
Isaiah Hood kicks out to the corner, and that one went out to Harley. Harley passing it inside. That one's picked off. Going on the other side of the floor is Neighbors, as Neighbors with a nice reverse. Vikings tried to get there. You heard a loud slap off the backboard. But the basket is up and good, and it's a 47-43 game as Coach Milio will like to take a timeout. Momentum going back the way of Delta after a few messy turnovers from the Vikings and a few shots going into the bucket for Delta. But with 12:23, the Vikings still have the lead. It's a 47-43 point game. We'll take a quick break on the floor before bringing it back after this timeout. You're tuning in to DVC Basketball on the DVC Vikings Sports Network. Back here on the floor for the Vikings, it's a 43 point game on the floor with 12:23 remaining. And at the half, we had one of the referees come up to the table just talking about some of the action that we had, all the buckets being made. And it's fun to see just everybody on the floor having fun, both teams and the 3 officials. Ro Harley gets the crossover, loses the ball, gets his own ball back as the ball's tipped back out. Mitchell Smith gets there. He's doubled, bounces it inside, getting the ball up to LaFortune. Darius Jackson from the right corner hits the 3-point shot, and that puts the Vikings up 50-43.
Darius in double figures now with 10. He was the early threat from distance before Diego Paredes got going. Looking to get right back to it.
40% 3-point shooter, as on the other side of the floor, Terry heaves one up himself, misses the shot, but the rebound goes over to Neighbors. Neighbors has Mitchell Smith on him. He decides to reset the set with Terry. Terry, quick dribble, goes up, and he's blocked at the top, but the foul is called on the floor, and that would be Darius Jackson being called for the foul as he swatted the ball away at the top. Trying to meet Terry at the summit was Jackson there, but he'll earn Terry a trip to the line.
We saw before that, again, DVC's general strategy of sticking to August and leaving Terry some space when he's out on the perimeter, paying dividends. Unfortunately, couldn't get the defensive board and bring that possession to an end.
Free those up and missed once again, and Terry has not had quite the day on the line If I'm not mistaken, that's his second missed free throw.
63% on the season.
Dribbles it 3 times, slight bend on the knee, going up, showing off the stroke. And completion this time as it makes it a 50 to 44 point game.
We've seen the lead start at 9, flex down as small as 3. Vikings pushed it back to 8 a little while ago. And that nice equilibrium spot of 6.
LaFortune hands it off to Mitchell Smith. Smith hit his last 3-point shot. Instead, he'll go down the lane this time, trying to find a man to buy him out of the trouble. Gets it off to Darius Jackson as he gets it off to Raul Harley. Vikings swish it back around in the right corner. Missed 3-point shot by Darius Jackson there. Isaiah Hood was able to go up and get the rebound, and a foul will be called on Neighbors. Sophomore guard out of Riverbank, California, called for the foul, and that'll be the 4th foul called on Delta.
Isaiah, your 5th leading offensive rebounder in the conference, showing you how.
3 guards, 2 forwards on the floor for the Vikings. Raul Harley, one of the forwards, will shuffle the ball back off to Darius Jackson. Darius Jackson drops it off to Isaiah as Isaiah is fouled on an early little reach in by Sadhu there.
Sadhu's had a really hard time exerting himself at all in terms of his influence in this game. I mentioned before that he's averaged 12 points, almost 10 rebounds per game since the first meeting with DVC. That was the last time that he was really a non-factor in a game, was that game in Stockton. And tonight, just 2 points. Haven't really called his name much.
Feeding inside to Isaiah Hood. Isaiah Hood gets it out to the corner, and that is a travel. Oh, my goodness. Floating up in the sky, trying to get the 3-point shot. It was contested well. He dribbled it on the floor, picked it back up.
Well, he up-faked himself into the air, basically, is what happened there.
So a few more sloppy turnovers for the Vikings. Coach Emilio not liking that. 10:40. The halftime lead of 8 has been cut down to 6, and it stays at 6 right here. Neighbors trying to thread it inside over to Autry there, but Raul Harley, he intercepted the ball. He read the eyes of the point guard there and picked it off.
Well, especially with the size advantage they have right now, who could blame them for trying to get it into Autry? So Harley making a point of finding the big man on the floor and getting in the way.
Isaiah Hood dribbling inside the lane, trying to drop it off with a no-look pass out to Darius Jackson. That's a turnover on Hood. On the other side of the floor now, another brilliant reverse by Sadhu. He was going to the rim at full speed, had to hesitate at the last moment, got the reverse and the roll off the glass, and they'll earn him a trip to get an and-one opportunity.
That's 4 on Danny LaFortune.
LaFortune will have to take a seat here as Paredes checks back into the game. Paredes, he started the second half of play, but didn't get very many minutes, though. The Vikings hoping to get the flamethrower of an arm that he has back onto the floor.
It was about the time that he entered in the first half. I think might have been a minute or 2 later even. And, of course, 20 points in the remainder of that first half.
And with 10 minutes left in this game, one-on-ones from here on out for Delta.
Yeah, Mustangs with 1 more foul to give before they start putting DVC at the line every time.
Right-handed dribble for Mitchell Smith. He tries to lob it over the top over to Isaiah Hood. He didn't like what he had on the baseline. Instead, he gets back out to Paredes as Paredes steps inside for a long 2-point shot, misses it, fighting for the board, and that's another offensive, or I guess that's actually a steal for Hood there.
Indeed, he almost had the offensive board, and then Jackson able to poke that away.
Hood having the ball from the left wing, feeding it back out to Paredes. Paredes out to Harley, handing it back off to Paredes. Paredes almost fouled for a moment, goes inside, he's blocked at the top. Emphatic block going up there was Poa as Poa swiped it out of bounds with the right hand.
Ball will stay right here, though. 9 to shoot for DVC.
Darius Jackson on the right side of the baseline, feeds it inside quickly over to Isaiah Hood. Jackson, he's doubled quickly, and the ball's poked out once again by Alcaraz. A foul will be called on Paredes as he swarmed hard for that ball. And the pressure from the defense of Delta has really tuned it up. They forced turnovers left and right here, and as that foul is there, it'll be a one-on-one opportunity for the 79% free throw shooter. But what is this change that they made on defense that's really been so successful in the second half, Joe?
Well, Gabe Alcaraz in particular has just been a menace for the most part. They've got a little bit of size now. They've been rotating Autry and Poa to try to neutralize DVC's size men, try to keep Harley busy. But then Alcaraz has really been the big pest throughout the end of the first half, and now starting to reprise that role right here.
Spinning the hand in his left hand, goes up for the first of the one-on-one opportunities, able to sink it down. So the Vikings have 8 fouls here, and this is the first time we've seen the second half of a one-on-one opportunity actually coming to fruition on the floor here.
Indeed, making these can often be the difference between winning and losing.
The 50-47 game turns into a 2-point game after the 2 made free throws from the 79% free throw shooter out of Elk Grove, California. So Alcaraz able to bring his team within 2. 9:14 remaining in this. The rest of this game in the second half, 50-48 is the score on the floor, and we'll go back to Joe to go back around the horn.
All right, tell you a little bit about tennis. DVC's women's tennis teams moved to 3-1 on the season. They picked up a win on the road against West Valley last week. Aisha Hayes and Ranhoma still undefeated in singles, and in fact, Ranhoma, along with her partner Margot Smets, also undefeated in doubles. So great work so far for them. The men still looking for their first win on the season. They got a crack at that today at Shasta. Haven't seen the results yet from that, but they'll next be at home on Friday. They get started with Big 8 North Conference play. They began that at Shasta today. They'll continue that at home against Santa Rosa, 1 p.m. and 3 p.m. And you can make a whole day of it if you so choose, because the men's tennis team is going to host Grossmont before that at 9 a.m. So busy day for them. Potentially a lovely day out in these fantastic Pleasant Hill February afternoons. So I kept expecting there to be baseball for me to listen to on the radio when I was out mowing the lawn this past weekend, figuring it feels like April to this original Mid-Atlantic guy. Very nice, though.
Can't complain. Gets a little hot, but as of right now, it's the perfect time of the year here in Pleasant Hill. 50-48 is the score as the Vikings have turned the ball over the last time out. They'll see if Mitchell Smith can do something here from the right elbow extended, able to knock it down. 14-foot jump shot as Mitchell Smith gets the Vikings back up 4.
And that's 7 for Mitchell tonight. Beautiful up fake to let that defender fly by and turn that into a warm-up jumper.
Darius Jackson watching the feet of Alcaraz there. As the ball goes back out to August, and August misses the three-point shot by Isaiah Hood. Came out trying to contest it, and that was too strong of a contest as he fouls the three-point shooter.
And crucially, that is 4 personals on Isaiah Hood.
Got into foul trouble in the first matchup, and the trend continues into today.
And even though he's been struggling with scoring, you still can't overstate the effect he has on a defense. He's struggling at scoring because Delta are devoting some tremendous resources to keeping him penned in. And that's what's been opening up space for the likes of Darius Jackson, for Diego Paredes, even for Raul Harley at a few moments here and there.
Yeah, anytime he touches the ball, you just see they swarm him and they double him instantly. Like you said, he doesn't have an opportunity to even get a shot off.
Yeah, that's what the track record does. 18.2 points per game this season, second in the Big 8. He's second in made field goals. He's second in three-point percentage, which is honestly astonishing considering he's 45% from three-point range, that there's somebody better.
Missing the third three-point shot, so 2 for 3 from the line this time. And yeah, I mean, that's absolutely crazy to hear. 45% from 3. You would like him to take a three-point shot all the time, right?
It's usually a good bet, but they're trying to keep him from getting free the same way DVC have tried to do that with Travis August. Delta having a bit more success with that strategy than the Vikings have, though.
Off-the-wall foul will be called on the floor. And this one will be called on Malone, so the Vikings will still retain possession. And with that, they're 1 foul away from getting into the bonus.
That's 3 on Malone. He and Dylan Autry both sitting on 3. DVC now with LaFortune and Hood both off, LaFortune off the floor, Hood on the floor with 4.
Raul Harley will hand it back off to Darius Jackson as he heaves up a 3. And this one is from the left wing, and Darius Jackson, I believe, is 3 for 4 on the day now.
13 for DJ. That's recently been the floor for him, is 13 points, been averaging 21 per game the last 3 matchups.
55-50 is the score, 7:55 remaining. Into the lane is Terry. As Terry hopped up, spun around, and he is called for a travel. Good defense by Paredes, getting in front of him, forcing him to travel.
I felt like that was either going to be a travel or an offensive foul because he also put an elbow into the chest of the DVC defender in front of him.
It's been a fun game early on. The Vikings have held the lead for the majority of the game. Quick few moments in the first half of play where Delta got the lead, but the Vikings continue to try to fight hard. Behind the back dribble. And a three-point shot is missed by Mitchell Smith. He heaved it up in the right wing, and now Terry trying to go across the floor. Goes up, galloping like a gazelle, finishes at the rack with the left hand off the glass, and this makes it a three-point game.
Goofy handed that thing to get there just that hair faster.
7:22 remaining. Harley from the left wing finds Mitchell Smith back out to the right wing, and that's Darius Jackson. Darius Jackson bounce pass inside. Hood has an opportunity, drops it off to Harley instead, and Harley misses the shot. But once again, Harley gets to the line. And like you said, or like we talked about just a moment ago, that is the pressure that Isaiah Hood brings to a defense. Isaiah Hood caught the ball, and instantly Harley was open on the other side. Harley's first free throw is up and good.
And all the better, too. That's the 7th team foul on Delta. DVC now in the bonus, but all the better that it's a shooting foul. If you can navigate these couple without actually having to shoot the one-and-ones, you don't have to worry about that added pressure on the first of each pair.
Misses the second free throw, so splitting the free throws is Harley here. Now Terry pointing out with the left hand. He'll get a turn with Isaiah Hood on defense. Getting inside, this one goes out to Malone, or pardon me, that goes out to Autry, as Autry finally gets some space underneath the basket and gets his first shot in just about 8 minutes, if I'm not mistaken.
He was out for that month with a jammed hand. Mostly looks right.
2-point game, Vikings still lead it. Bounce pass out to Isaiah Hood, as Isaiah Hood jab steps, working his way down the baseline, finds Harley. Harley going up, trying to tip the ball in after missing the scoop shot. But the size of Autry was too much. He barely had to jump off the ground to get that rebound. This is the matchup we've seen all day. Darius Jackson versus Terry. Watching the feet. Feeding inside out to Autry, as Autry, right outside the restricted area, goes over the top and shows off that sky hook over Isaiah Hood. And this ties things up at 56.
6 minutes to go, and that's just a great example of making good use of Dylan Autry's height. Don't bother letting that ball be a bounce pass. Get that thing up and arcing and over the top of any defender. DVC don't have anyone within 5 inches of his height.
And with that as well, it's a 56-all game. It looks like Munoz will check in after this timeout, but we'll take a timeout on the floor. 6:03 remaining in the second half, and it's a terrific game here in Pleasant Hill, California. Coming back on the other side of this action, you're tuned into DVC Basketball on the DVC Viking Sports Network. Back here on the floor, 56-all. Vikings have 9 fouls, and Delta has 7, so 1 away from the double bonus for the Vikings and 3 away for the double bonus for Delta. And let's go back to those keys of the game and see how they played out so far.
Well, thus far, Dylan Autry having his way on the glass, and he's had a couple of second-chance opportunities, making good use of that size. That's been what's helped Delta get their way back into this. Bombs away, certainly the case for DVC early. Of course, Delta have worked their way back into it as well with some three-point bombing from Travis August, going shot for shot with the Vikings. And then playing tidy, we've seen almost none of that. A lot of turnovers.
And Munoz, I mean, that was just a terrific feat setting up Munoz by Isaiah Hood there. He had 2 defenders watching out on him.
There again is that gravity for collapsing to number 24 in white.
And now August heaves up a three-point shot, and this will give Delta their first lead since about midway through the first half of play. August hasn't had too many opportunities to shoot the deep ball in the second half of play, but when he has, he's been money.
He had 28 against DVC in Stockton. He's got 25 now. Oh, boy.
Now one's poked away, but losing the handle is Neighbors, as Neighbors gives it right back to Isaiah Hood.
That is a lucky break right there. Isaiah tried to force that ball into Harley.
Darius Jackson working around a strong screen. And a foul will be called. It looks like this one will be on It's a hit on the head of one of the DVC players there. So initially I thought that was going to be an illegal screen called on Isaiah Hood, but instead that one goes over to the team wearing the black jerseys today.
It's a relief for us. Isaiah sitting on 4. That would have been it for him.
Darius Jackson lines up for the one-on-one opportunity. Jackson so far an 81% free throw shooter on the year, and shows why he has that great stroke from the line, knocking down the first. Hood and Mitchell Smith behind the play, talking to each other, getting some schemes right, as the Vikings take the lead back after the 2 made free throws off the one-on-one opportunities from Darius Jackson.
Ice cold from DJ. Those are big free throws there in the context of this game, context of this season.
4:45 remaining in the rest of this game. And Isaiah Hood will get a turn on Terry. Gets it inside. Autry misses the shot. Rebound goes the way of the Vikings, and there you go. That's your point guard getting inside the paint, going high up for the board.
And one of DJ's breakout games that started to gain him the trust of Coach Cochimilio didn't look so impressive on the scoring side, but it was 7.7 rebounds. Loves to get in there and mix it up.
Munoz from the left corner misses the shot, and the ball goes over to the man who's been firing from deep for Delta in August. Terry calling the set. He'll have Raul Harley on him on the switch. Dropping it back off to Sadu. Sadu back off to Terry. Terry down the lane, spinning around, gets off the glass with the left hand. And Terry has had quite a few points scored in the second half of play. He's really found his groove driving down the lane and being that slasher that he is from the point guard position.
Another lead change here as Delta go back up a point, 3:50 left.
61-60. The Vikings trail it as Neighbors gets another steal for just a moment before it goes off his knees and out of bounds. So it looks like we'll stay with the Vikings here. Vikings make a substitution. Raul Harley will get some well-deserved rest as Daniel LaFortune comes back into the game.
Vikings into a 3-guard look. The only size now, Munoz and Hood. LaFortune 6'1", the other 2 players, Jackson and Smith, both under 6 feet.
Running it into his own defender for a second, but Munoz gets a screen for Jackson as Jackson misses the straightaway 3-point shot. 3:30 remaining, and the Vikings need a score. But they need a defensive stop first, of course. Terry has Mitchell Smith on the defensive assignment. Getting out to the corner, and that goes out to Sadu. As Sadu misses the shot. Or pardon me, he makes the shot actually. Looking out at my papers there, so a quick timeout from Delta as they take a 3-point lead.
DVC have just been a tough team to beat this season at home. Delta looking as likely as anybody to do it. Last time they lost at home was against Sac City, and that's their only loss in the last 12 games they've played total, and one of only 2 losses in 13 games played here in the friendly confines of the DVC Palladium here on Cochimilio Court.
You see why the stands are fairly packed here, and you had some good energy when the Vikings were knocking down some of those 3-point shots earlier about midway through the second half, but since then, Delta's defensive assignments, they've been doing, essentially everything right. They've gone out here, they've stolen the ball away, they've caused turnovers, and that's really sucked the energy out of the crowd as well.
Indeed, Delta have already scored more in this second half than they did in the entire first. DVC held to just 20 points. Remember, Diego Paredes did that on his own in half number 1, so Mustangs have come roaring back.
Paredes not getting very many minutes here in the second half. We'll see if that's maybe the adjustment that Coach Emilio is talking about on the bench here with 3:18 remaining.
As we said, tough to know whether Diego Paredes is a streaky shooter. He's never really had a chance to get off on a streak quite like that one, but hasn't quite found the range since the halftime break.
Smith, Jackson, LaFortune, Harley, and Hood, the 5 on the floor for the Vikings. Darius Jackson defended by Terry, bounce pass inside. Working off low block right is Isaiah Hood. As that ball's tipped away, Mitchell Smith doing well to track it in the air and get back to the rebound. Between the legs dribble, Mitchell Smith gets to the right wing, swinging out a wide open Harley will heave up a 3-point shot, filling the cup, splash!
Like we've said, Harley's been doing everything you could possibly ask for around the floor, around the hoop. Hasn't scored much, but that, a monster bucket at a monster time. We're tied up with 2:38 to go.
And the ball's stolen away. Darius Jackson pushing to the rim, goes up, misses the shot, rebound by August. Terry doing a terrific job using his speed to get back in there, but a foul will be called on the floor.
And if that's on LaFortune, that's all for him, and it is.
Danny, 5 fouls on his name, and he'll foul out of this game.
6 points, just a shade under his season average of 6.7.
And on the other side of the floor now, a great free throw shooter, 81%. August going to the free throw line.
Delta will shoot 2 from here on out. That's the 10th team foul on the Vikings.
Paredes comes back into the game, so replacing offense with offense there and a little bit more size as the 6'2 Paredes comes onto the floor. First free throw is up and good, and this one gives it a 64 to 63 point game for the Delta College Mustangs. A real nail biter here.
You kind of wonder a little bit about the strategy of going for that tie-up. On the one hand, the potential reward of a massive turnover at a moment like that. On the other hand, the potential risk now of putting them at the line, putting somebody like August at the line, and risking Danny LaFortune for the rest of the game. It was certainly a high Delta maneuver right there, and unfortunately it goes the way of Delta.
2-point lead for Delta as Mitchell Smith trying to reverse that himself. A little too strong off the glass there as the ball spun around and he missed it. 2:05 remaining. We're getting out into the crunch minutes here. Only a few possessions left in the remainder of this game. 65-63 is the score as Delta has pulled away in the second half.
This is a huge defensive possession for the Vikings. Could change the whole complexion of things if the Mustangs get a bucket here.
8 seconds. They'll go back out to Terry. Terry pulling up from 15 feet straight away. Misses the shot, but it'll be a rebound by Autry. Autry missing the shot on the putback, but he'll earn a trip to the line. .141 remaining in the game.
3 on Harley.
Up by 2 points. The 61% free throw shooter will go to the line. Making the first one, making it a 3-point game now.
Dylan Autry in double figures now off the bench with 10.
Slide bend on the knees, full extension, nothing but net. It's a 4-point game, 2-possession game now.
Certainly didn't look like a 60% free throw shooter there. So by hook or by crook, Delta get those 2 big points, make it a 2-possession game.
Now from the left elbow.
Not for long.
Darius Jackson cuts it down to 2.
90 seconds left now.
Vikings playing a full court pressure here as the ball is dropped out to Sadu. Sadu back out to Terry as Terry holding the clock here.
Hood, of course, not as much of a threat as he could be on a full court press when he's got 4 fouls already.
14 seconds on the shot clock, 1:13 on the clock. Terry dribbling with the right hand. He has Harley on him. Swings it out, and that's a 3-point shot from Neighbors. Neighbors nails it, and this makes it a 70 to 65 point game. 56 seconds remaining, and the Vikings throw the ball away. This goes back out to Neighbors. Neighbors going up, avoids the defender, misses the shot. 3 Delta defenders there as they bring it back out. The Vikings need a foul. Coach Emilio calling for it. Bro Harley and Darius Jackson go over the top over to Terry as Terry's fouled there. 38 to 8 is the time on the clock, and the Vikings, it's a 2-possession game, and they'll need Terry to miss the shot.
Riley Neighbors, we've hardly had the reason to call his name beyond him picking off passes from Isaiah Hood. He hasn't had a whole lot in the way of scoring. You saw he had a bit of trouble finishing at the hoop there, but a big steal and a big 3 ball, and that could be the difference tonight.
Free throw shot is up. And that one is, it hurts the Vikings.
This is the big one here. This could be a 3-possession game if he bottoms this.
Misses it. Mitchell Smith gets the rebound. The Vikings will need to push fast. Mitchell Smith dribbling with the left hand. Gets it off. Paredes avoids a defender. Shoots a 3. That one goes over the top. August gets the rebound. The Vikings need a foul quickly. And instead, they let the man drive by. Autry has the ball now. And now they will foul August right on the edge of the logo. And this one will put it on ice.
It's a 40 to 25 second half here for San Joaquin Delta. They got some hot shooting again out of Travis August here and there. Keith Terry finally figured out that he needed to stop pulling the trigger from distance.
And so if I'm not mistaken, this will earn San Joaquin Delta the trip back here to start off the playoffs, right?
We're not entirely sure about that. It's going to be a pretty big bracket. 16 teams, but what it does likely do is punch Delta's ticket to the playoffs themselves. What'll be interesting here is to see for DVC, this may cost them the opportunity to host in the first round.
Roar Harley from the right corner missed the shot. Tipping in is Isaiah Hood. Isaiah Hood has been held off the scoreboard, but he goes up and makes the shot here.
And that's his first bucket since that high-flying slam that he had midway through the first half. A 6-point game with 6.7 seconds left. Timeout taken. Hard to imagine a scenario here where DVC are going to be able to get back into it. They would need a couple of free throw misses at one end and a couple of miracle buckets at the other.
Hurting the hearts of all the DVC players here as dejected faces all across the board.
Aaron Anderson will check in here, somebody with a few personal fouls to give. Also a pretty sprightly guy, capable of helping out on that press, maybe trying to get the steal they would need, but it's almost not enough time to get a turnover at this point.
6-point game as, the lead has fully swung over the way of Delta here. The Vikings had an 8-point lead coming into the half, but Delta's defense just turned things up. The pressure, the doubling of Isaiah Hood.
And the second chances down low. We said it at the beginning. We thought that rebounding could be a big deal, and Dylan Autry is the real deal. We didn't get a chance to see him in Stockton. He was out with that jammed hand, but he seems to be back, if not in full effect, then I'm honestly scared to see him in full effect because I'm pretty impressed with what I got just here.
Delta will inbound it. The Vikings will try to steal the ball away, but it looks like this one has already been put on ice. Gets back off to August. August will move his way forward. There'll be no foul called on the floor. He'll dribble it out, and this one will go over to Delta. So first half of the doubleheader, Delta gets things done with their men's team.
And it'll be time for us to scoreboard watch a little bit because what DVC now need is for American River to bail them out. If Santa Rosa have won this evening, that's going to do it for the Big 8 title race, it would appear. Although the one wrinkle to this now is that with Delta finishing up at, I believe it is, let me find that sheet, it would be now 11-5 inside the Big 8. They may well manage to pip Sacramento City. So if the Vikings get lucky here, and maybe get a Santa Rosa loss, there's a chance perhaps the DVC might be able to tie Santa Rosa back up, and instead of having Sac City be the tiebreaker, maybe record against San Joaquin Delta could be, and in that case, DVC would end up winning the Big 8 on that tiebreaker. They nope, that's not true. They would level that tiebreaker. It just hit me. They'd be 1-1. I've been doing all the math, assuming that DVC was going to win tonight, trying to figure out what that all looked like. Never mind. Both teams 1-1 against Delta. It would come back to Sac City. Oh man.
Heartbreaking, absolutely heartbreaking.
So yeah, what the Vikings are going to need is for Santa Rosa to lose both of their games for this week. If they won today, that's going to do it, and we'll cast our eyes forward towards the playoffs in that case.
So still in the similar position of crossing the fingers and just hoping things go their way.
Well, I think that'll do it for us for Game 1 then.
Yes.
And we'll be back for a matchup between the top two teams in NorCal in about 15 minutes' time.
So 73 to 67 is the final score as the Mustangs come and knock DVC off home court. So this will definitely throw a wrench into all the seeding and everything that the Vikings were hoping for going into this game. But they are still live. They are in the playoffs, and there's a lot to learn from this game.
Absolutely.
With that, we'll take a break. About 18 minutes on the board as we set up with a women's basketball game. We'll switch it over. Joe will be taking over play-by-play duties. I'll move over to color. And we have, like we said before, the number 1 and the number 2 teams in NorCal, and we got a terrific game ahead of us in the second half of the doubleheader. Final score from the floor. Stick around for the second half of the doubleheader here in sophomore night in Pleasant Hill, California. And we'll take a break. You're tuned into DVC Basketball on the DVC Viking Sports Network.
And welcome back, faithful followers of the green and white, to the DVC Sports Network. We're back with you from Steve Cochimilio Court at the DVC Palladium, where tonight's sophomore festivities are about to kick off. And our women's game here between DVC and the freshly crowned champions of the Big Eight, the San Joaquin Delta College Mustangs, is a few minutes from tip-off. Ever since January 17th, when Delta won the first matchup between these teams, Coach Ramondo Vaughn's DVC women have known that they were walking a bit of a tightrope. The mission was to run the table for the next month, just as they had in the first round of Big Eight games, and come in tonight's encounter on the home floor at 11-1 with a chance to split the season series and share the title with Gina Johnson's Mustangs for the second time in 3 years. Unfortunately, 2 Fridays ago, the Sierra Wolverines found the green and white on a serious off-shooting night, dealt them loss number 2 in conference. The Mustangs, now 13-0 inside the Big Eight, clinched the conference title with last Friday's win over Folsom, so tonight's game is regretfully not being played with a championship on the line. However, let's not get the wrong idea. This is a matchup between number 1 and number 2 in Northern California, between two teams that did meet in a state semifinal last year and appear destined to find each other there again in about a month down in Lemoore, and for that matter, between two really talented teams that just aren't particularly fond of each other. So I think we're still going to have a good time. With that, I'm going to turn over here to my partner, Max Egress, with me, Joe Hickey, tonight, to take us through the keys to our nightcap. Max, what do the Vikings have to do tonight to avoid a repeat of last month's 101-81 loss in Stockton?
Yeah, we learned quite a few things from last game, and I'm just going to start out by saying you just got to stay out the foul trouble and stay in the game. Rihanna Bay, one of the floor generals for the Vikings, going out here. She had 4 fouls early on in the third quarter, and when one of your best players can't get on the floor because of foul trouble, it's just bad all around. All but 2 players finished off with 3+ fouls as well, so just a bunch of fouls across the board against that strong defense of Delta that caused up the majority of them.
Well, and certainly to limit Rihanna's minutes as well as her own aggression. She's a huge part of that full court press. That can be a really decisive thing.
My next key is being the bully. So the Vikings came out, the first 15 minutes of the game looked extremely great for the Vikings. They're shooting the defensive aggression, but after that 5-minute point in the second quarter, SJD just took it over. Their pressure took over, and essentially they just sealed the game in the second and third quarters. The Vikings only had 14 points each in that second and the third quarter, and then in the last 3 quarters of the game, it was a 51-82 score. And then my last thing right over here is stepping up to the line. Vikings had 20 more free throw attempts than Delta, but they only had 4 more makes, shooting 51%, 22 for 43 from the line. Delta 18 for 23. I mean, if you just take all those points, if they hit all their missed free throws, that would have been the difference in the game.
Absolutely, and Nia Johnson in particular had a rough night that evening from the line. She went 8 for 18. She apparently went back in the lab and figured some things out after that game. She's been a 77% free throw shooter in the 6 games since, so definitely turning some things around. You keep Rihanna in good shape, you have Nia healthy at the line, and even better, a healthy Jasmine Kong adding a little more octane to this offense. You got a recipe to give Delta a lot more difficulty than they did that first matchup.
Yeah, Jasmine Kong, the one person we haven't been talking about yet, 22 points in her season high in that game.
And admittedly, that's her one game in double digits for about a 2-month span. She's been contending with a knee injury for most of the last handful of months, and as a result, has just felt very limited. Has been stuck and mired in single digits. But the last 2 games, as she gets her plaudits right now here on sophomore night, the lone returning member of last year's championship side, state championship women's basketball team here at DVC. She gets her plaudits, and she's starting to round into form and feel a little more like herself. She told us in the post-game interview on Thursday against American River that she feels like this team is just tightening down a few bolts and is going to be ready to really exert themselves and exert their will when the playoffs get started in about a week. So we'll go ahead and take a moment here as John Brown does the introductions to throw it to a break. But a reminder, of course, this is not the last of DVC basketball. We do have the playoffs coming up, but even before then, you'll be able to follow along with their last game of the season, DVC at Modesto, and that'll be on Vikings Live Radio. Easiest way to get there is to click on the audio links on dvcvikings.com, your source for all things green and white. We'll be live from Modesto with guest analyst Adam Campos for that game. So we'll go ahead and throw it to a quick break before tip-off. We'll see you on the other side of it here on the DVC Vikings Sports Network. Welcome back here on the DVC Vikings Sports Network. We got your starting lineups for you. I'll turn it over to Max Agrest to tell you how Delta are coming out tonight.
So at point guard, Jones will come out, the Bay Modesto, California native. She'll be running the point guard duties there. Tamiko Patterson will come out, the sophomore guard out of Kennedy High School in Sacramento, California. She'll be handling the two guard duties there. Kendall Weary, also out of Lincoln High School in Stockton, California. She'll be another guard on the floor. And then at the forward position, it'll be Don J. Payne, the freshman forward out of East Union High School in Manteca, California. And then lastly, Kendall Weary out of Stockton, California.
All right, and over on the DVC side, it is the standard starting lineup. You've got floor general Rayana Bay running the show, both in terms of operating the press and, of course, operating the offense. That is the the sophomore out of Palo Alto East Side Prep. She is going to be paired with both of the Johnson sisters, Nadia and Nia. Nadia more the three-point bomber, Nia the slasher and the NorCal Player of the Year candidate. Both of them coming to us as transfers from CSU Bakersfield. Then you got Yakaya Ware down low. Keys getting the greeting here from Coach Gina Johnson and now from her teammates as the introductions are reaching their conclusion. Keys, the big offensive rebounder for this team out of Richmond, out of Kennedy High. And then Jasmine Kong, the number 23, the returner from last season's championship team out of Arroyo. And the addition of her just potency could be a real difference in tonight's game. We're really excited to see what she can bring. I know she told me she's felt as healthy the last week as she has all season.
And get ready for, essentially this might be one of the fastest paced games that we see in the year. Both teams running that press, both teams heaving up their shots. We're in for a good one.
182 points scored between them in the first matchup between these two teams. It was actually one of DVC's highest scoring games of the season, and they got beat by 20. So, it's going to be something else. I'm not looking forward to trying to keep track of who's got the points because you just don't want to look down in this one. But Delta coming out in the road black uniforms. They've got a little bit of gold and white down the sides of the shorts, and epaulettes on the back of the shirt as well. Little Mustang logo there. Delta in white over a gold number for DVC in the silver home getup. We've got the green on top, Vikings over the top of the numeral, and the green racing stripes down the sides. It's going to be Don J. Payne and Nia Johnson to jump this up in just a moment. And we are underway from Pleasant Hill. The tip-off won by San Joaquin Delta. Kiara Manipol taking over and looking to work against Rayana Bay. Dribbles to just inside the three-point line. Back to Weary on a cut. She looks to drive down the right side, finds Don J. Payne free in the center, and she puts in tonight's first bucket from the left side.
Don J. Payne get an open shot there because Keys underneath the basket doubled.
Jasmine Kong now receiving it. Operating a little bit as the orchestrator at the moment. She tries to dribble through a double team. Kendall Weary takes it away. She's looking to split two DVC defenders, dribbles it off her foot, loses control, but somehow stays in bounds, but it's a double dribble anyway. So that'll give it back to the Vikings.
Pressure and pace starting off right at the get-go.
Yeah, if anything, that first possession from DVC was a little bit more patient than we're accustomed to seeing. Jasmine Kong having a tough time getting the ball in bounds with two defenders crashing in on her. But here comes Nia Johnson with a lot of space, laying it up with the left hand. Nice little scoop shot, and Nia is underway.
Scoop shot set up by that Euro step. She went coast to coast.
Manipol inside now into the low post. Yakaya Ware with the comeback block. DVC looking to run the other way. Here's Rayana Bay. Jump step near the three-point line. Drops it off for Kong. She'll bring it back out for the Vikes. Alicia Jones sticking to her. Tries to dump this down for Yakaya Ware near the elbow, and that's taken away by Payne. Came way out to meet Yakaya out at the perimeter. Manipol now working on the ball inside, down under the post, and here is Nadia Johnson earning a jump ball and getting the ball back to DVC via the possession arrow.
Nadia Johnson, more of a three-point shooter than a post presence, but right there she showed she can do everything tonight.
Well, and for DVC, she is one of their bigger players at 5'9". Brianna Bay kicking out wide. Here comes the chance to set up a three, and it is Nadia Johnson right on cue. Max Agress told us what to look for. We're looking at it. Here comes Delta the other way. Tamiko Patterson cranking up the three ball, and she hits from the right wing.
It's only a 5-5 game, but this one feels frantic already.
That is pretty much the way of both of these teams, DVC in particular. Nia Johnson trying to drive in on Alicia Jones. Absorbs contact.
And I thought she was actually going up for a shot, but they'll say the foul was happening before. Hit her knees hard on the ground, and that's one thing we see out of Nia. She definitely takes a lot of contact throughout the game.
Well, and the tough thing, too, is that her shots are often so wild that it's kind of hard to define what a shooting motion truly is for her. I feel like you could give free throws most of the time. Jasmine Kong receives the inbound, 19 to shoot, dumped down in the low post. Ware working on Payne. Payne with the block.
All 6'2" of that frame, stretching out to get that block there.
Payne and Ware now 1-1 at the moment in their battle with each other. Ware with a block on Manipul, but not legally. Makes contact, and she's got her first personal.
And she did a good job eyeing over the top, blocking out the peak of the shot, but lost control of the body, and the hips came into the body and sent Manipul over to the line to shoot two.
Manipul hits the first. 81.5% shooter from the free throw stripe this season. Misses the second. Broadcaster's jinx in full effect, but Tamiko Patterson backpedaling on the rebound. She absorbs contact, and the ball's going to stay right here for Delta. And Nia with the early foul. Inbound comes to Tamiko Patterson on the left side, now the wing for Jones. Around the perimeter to Kendall Weary. Dribbles into a double team. Kicks out for Tamiko Patterson. Extra pass over to Jones. Floater is short. Jones gets her own rebound. Throws it up off glass and in. Delta with the early three-point lead. Jasmine Kong forward for Bay as DVC look to break the press. Ware risking an over and back, and instead it's picked off by Tamiko Patterson. She'll take it straight to the cup herself. 10-5 Delta.
It's interesting to see this full court press run on the Vikings because this is what they do. This is their identity.
Like looking in a mirror and then having it try to bite you in the face. Ukiah Ware with the offensive rebound on the first Nadia Johnson shot, gets back her own miss, and now she'll go to the line to shoot two.
That's a heads-up play by Keys underneath the basket. She saw that she had the mismatch on the switch as they were working down the other side of the floor quickly. And when she does have that smaller defender on her, look for Ukiah Ware to get to the line.
Now, unfortunately, if you're an opposing team and you have a stat sheet in front of you, you know that it's a better option to just hack Ukiah rather than allow her to take a shot from up in close. She's only a 41% free throw shooter on the season. But there's the broadcaster reverse jinx. There you go. Everything
in balance, right?
All things in moderation, including moderation. Ukiah Ware hits both of them. DVC operating the press, almost mishandled there by the newly inserted Vanessa Cochran. Manages to get through it, though, to Patterson. Monet Brown also into the game for the black and gold. Jasmine Kong on her. Steps up into her airspace. Brown on the dribble. Puts it over to the left side now for Cochran. Back over to Brown after the double team came to her. Brown trying to drive. Busy hands of Brianna Bay take it away. Somehow manages to maintain her dribble and now has it poked away from behind. The ball will stay right here with DVC. 26 seconds to shoot.
And there was some confusion on the scoreboard there as the score flipped around quite a bit, but it looks like the score that we have on the floor is 10 points. Nope, and they change it back again. It's 10-7.
I'm not sure why they're looking at us. We're not official. So we got some argument coming over here. Coach Cameo Williams contending that there was a miss. It should make it 9-7, but the official scorer has it down as 10-7.
And that's what we'll work on until the next break in the action, and the referees will likely get that fixed.
Travel here, meanwhile, by Vanessa Cochran as Nia Johnson puts the pressure on. DVC break the full court press here with Johnson throwing the pass forward to Rihanna Bay. Johnson hassled from behind by Monet Brown. And that personal foul is going to give DVC an opportunity to inbound.
And just judging from the pace of this first 4 minutes of play, you can definitely see why Delta was able to put up 100 and the Vikings were able to put up 80.
Absolutely. Jasmine Kong, banks are open, puts that one in off the window. Here comes the press again. Jasmine, who created 3 or 4 steals in the game against American River, looking to help out. And here's an errant pass by Manipul, chased down by Jeanne Money. Forward now for Rihanna Bay. DVC on the run. Rihanna loses control. Last touched by Black. It'll stay right here for the green and white.
And this is one of the interesting things that I've noticed looking just at the stats in this game. The Vikings don't have very many rotational players, whereas Delta comes in here and they like to rotate a ton of different players. So typically you see with this style of play, you have a bunch of different people and almost like a line shift from hockey. But the Vikings just really say, hey, we're the more conditioned athletes, so we're going to put our best players on the floor at all times.
Yeah, it certainly became a big deal last year in the 3C2A tournament. You play 3 games in 3 days and that sort of thing, and DVC somehow never seemed to tire despite largely fielding just 6 players. Rihanna Bay working on Alicia Jones. Stutter step at the edge of the key. Here's Jeanne Money from the right wing, in and out. Kendall Weary the board, dribbling her way around Yanira Gabarel, who just entered for DVC. Alicia Jones trying to dribble that through Ukiah Ware towards Payne. Payne able to save it. Patterson back around to Jones. Cochran, left corner 3. That is in and out. And Rihanna Bay not quite able to settle it, but touches it away from Jones. Here comes DVC the other way. Rihanna, bounce pass to Gabarel. Back to Rihanna, wasn't expecting it. But Gabarel hassling her, gets it right back. Rihanna from the free throw line, driving, no good. Gabarel battling for the board, won't be able to get it.
And those are the possessions you got to win if you're DVC. When it's hectic in transition, you got to make it happen.
Ukiah Ware altering another shot from Donjay Payne. DVC the other end. Bay one-on-one with Cochran. Stops off the side of the backboard. No good. Alicia Jones the board. Quickly ahead for Kendall Weary. 1-on-2 against Jasmine Kong. Forced to make her choice, pick her poison. And Delta get the bucket. 12-9 according to the scoreboard here at the DVC Palladium. Timeout taken. We'll go ahead and take it with them. You are watching DVC basketball here on the DVC Vikings Sports Network. And welcome back. Action again, very, very live. Kiara Manipul ahead after the steal. Kendall Weary now in the right corner. 3-ball taken by Alicia Jones. Too strong. Rebound pulled down in a crowd. Yanira Gabarel will tie it up. The Arrow's going to keep the ball right here for San Joaquin Delta.
And this is a little strange. Off the timeout, we saw a play into transition. No set so far.
I'm not sure either of these teams is comfortable in the half court. Jones pops the right wing 3, a little wide left. Ukiah Ware the board. Again, 2 players collapse to Jasmine Kong. Batted away from her, and it's going to stay in play. Alicia Jones now working on Kong, dribbles inside her, dumps it underneath for Kendall Weary. Too strong on the layup. Nia Johnson coming the other way for the green and white. Gets it lost in her feet. That's going to be another tie-up. That'll stay here.
I think an interesting thing to track this game will be how many sets that we see. Not very often do you even consider something like that.
Jeanne Money to put this in. She's with Kong, Johnson, Ware, and Gabarel here, the 5 on the floor for the green and white. Long pass to Jasmine Key on the right wing. Rihanna Bay getting ready to come back in a moment's time. Nice spin by Jasmine Kong to find space around Jones. Lays it up with the right hand and in. 12-11, 4:03 left in our first quarter. Manipul over to Weary on the wing. Nia Johnson doing well to avoid fouling, but redirect her path. And we've got a moving screen here, set by number 1. That is Maddie McMiller, freshman out of Lincoln.
And the trend I'm noticing so far this game is both sides are pretty equal in terms of press coverage, in terms of shooting, in terms of post play, but it's just been a matter of fact of handling.
Yeah, a lot of balls getting stuck in almost in the legs for DVC. Nia Johnson, someone who plays with a certain amount of inherent wildness, needs to try and get it under control. Rayana Bay able to get through that press. She had so much trouble with that in Stockton. Janae Money, the 3-ball from the right wing, no good. Nia Johnson, the rebound, trying to look for the putback, spins to the left, up, off glass, no good. Gabrielle battling, ball still rattling around, finally claimed by McMiller. Here comes Delta down the other end. Janae Money looking to pick her up. Back to Manipul, 3-ball from the wing, no good. Tipped away from Bay. Gabrielle will settle it after the collision with McMiller.
Can't even call this a pinball game. This is
feels like a hockey game right about now, except with a lot more scoring. Nia Johnson the lay-in on the right side. DVC back in front, 13-12, 3:10 to go in the quarter.
Pardon me, I meant to say you can't even call this a ping pong game. It feels like a pinball game.
Oh, yeah. Foul committed by Rayana Bay. Every time we hear a foul called and John Brown follows it up with her first, I feel better. You were mentioning the issue of just the much shorter rotation for DVC. That's really also where it comes into play. It's not just conditioning. It's straight up the number of fouls you have to play with.
Just a matter of minutes on the floor, right?
Comes Kendall Weary driving from the right, penetrates, kicks, top of the key, 3-pointer from Manipul. Front iron, glass, and out. Donjay Payne gets the board but can't hold on to it. Janae Money challenging on the court now. Battling for it is Yakaya Ware. Possession arrow will keep it right here for DVC. Or excuse me, for Delta, rather.
We also might see a broken record for how many jump balls you can pull off in a game. Third so far.
Nobody fearful of getting down on the floor, that's for sure. The inbound comes here from Sarah Ruiz. Driving is Kendall Weary, nearly a travel there as she jumped and almost hit the ground again. Manipul kicked out for 3, and she'll hit from the right wing. 2:40 to go, 15-13, Delta College. Here's Bay trying to work that ball in. She is going to absorb contact. We'll see if that's on Brown or on Weary. It is Weary. Very demonstrative call from our referee, I think, trying to emphasize the slap.
And with that, that's the 5th foul on Delta, so that'll send DVC to the line, and there's 2 minutes and 35 seconds remaining in the first quarter as well.
That's one of the things DVC do so well. They aren't the most precise shooting team. Their percentages from anywhere on the floor, from three-point land, from the free throw line, all kind of around 40th to 50th in the state. But when it comes to just sheer volume, they shoot more than any other team. Last I checked, first in field goals attempted, first in free throws attempted, third in threes attempted. And as a result, they're top 5 in makes across the board as well.
So you're saying the head coach, Raimundo Vaughn, also moonlights as a statistician.
It would seem that he's decided if we just keep shooting, it has to work. And in general, it does. Worked around the perimeter. Speaking of in general, it does. Kiara Manipul hitting another 3-pointer from the left side. 18-15. Vikings briefly tied it. Delta back on top. Here comes the press and forces an errant pass from Rayana Bay as she tried to spin it over to Ware out of the double team.
So anytime Rayana Bay carries the ball across the court, they just send a hard double towards her. So there's always a woman open on the floor. It's just a matter of fact of trying to find who that woman is.
And again, that's where Delta's size becomes a big deal because they blot out the sun sometimes here, especially in the black uniforms. 3-point Delta lead, 2:14 to go here in quarter number 1. The ball dumped in down low to Donjay Payne, and she hits the leaner from the left side. 5-point lead for Delta, their biggest of the night. Jasmine Tania has it ripped away by Tamiko Patterson, but they're going to call a foul. Coach Gina Johnson unimpressed. Or perhaps just a foot on the line. They haven't spun back to tell us there was a foul on anyone. So no, must just be of course it can't be a foul because they would be shooting free throws if that were the case. Jasmine Kong, right side, Rayana Bay. Steps behind a pick. Nia Johnson now on it, fakes right, now goes left. Tries to drag Ruiz with her, but Rayana Bay with the Fred Flintstone feet as she tries to get going from the left wing. And that'll be a travel.
I like the idea of that play right over there, though. As she handed the ball off, it just created just enough space to keep up a 3-point shot if Rayana Bay wanted it.
Instead, Ray tried to drive with it right there and perhaps was caught in two minds. Long pass to the right corner for Ruiz. She drops it back, and that's going to be an over and back if they decide to touch it, and they do. So ball will come over here to the Vikings. 94 seconds left in the first quarter.
Man, I'm getting exhausted. It's only the first quarter.
It's quite something. Imagine doing it after a hour-and-a-half drive up to Sacramento. And after a men's game before it. Woo! Nia Johnson receives here. DVC looking to bring it back to a one-possession game here late in the first quarter. Jasmine Kong now, top of the key. Little fake by Nia Johnson. Defender sticks well to her. Double team comes. Wide open in the right corner for a moment was Nadia Johnson. Eschews the shot. Back to her sister. Across to Jasmine. Jasmine looking to take Ruiz on the dribble. Has it poked away by Brown. Gets it back. Turnaround jumper off target. Here comes Delta running the other way. Quick home run pass ahead for Patterson. She loses control. And just like you mentioned before, Max, the handling just not quite up to snuff here. A little bit of nerves, perhaps. A little bit of a softer press. Jasmine Kong trying to get through it. They're going to assign a foul to Monet Brown. I think that might be 3 on her. Just her second.
Dulcet tones of John Brown will always be the voice of truth, right?
That is correct. Dulcet soon to be enshrined in the DVC Hall of Fame tones of John Brown. We'll tell you a little bit in a later Around the Horn, perhaps in the second half, about the Hall of Fame induction taking place in 2 nights here. 2 teams, 5 student athletes, and John Brown going in as the class of 2020. Kong front ironing the first free throw.
She's 7 for 12 from the free throw line last game, so numbers need to get up, especially for a good free throw shooter in her.
She's unable to hit either of them. That's really letting Delta out of jail right there, because that is the danger of them continuing to run the press with DVC in the bonus. 3 ball from the right side taken by Vanessa Cochran, no good. Here comes Jasmine Kong up the other side, tapped away from her, and again the steal. Alicia Jones in pursuit as Nia Johnson forces her into a difficult shot. Front iron, no good. Donjay Payne battling for it. Out, last touched by Black, and it'll come back to the Vikings with 37.3 left on the clock.
Third turnover on Kong today, and for the Vikings, the 2 main ball handlers are Kong and Rihanna Bay, so it's difficult. When you have 2 main ball handlers on the floor and both of them are getting doubled the moment they touch the ball, it's just a matter of fact of just keeping your eyes down the floor and trying to find somebody.
It's a great leading pass there by Nia to find Jasmine. Cross quarter over to the left side for Nadia. Has Donjay Payne in her face, backpedals, fires up the 3, no good. Long rebound, almost taken by Kong. She absorbs contact as Jones flies right into her chest.
And anytime you see Jasmine Kong take any impact down low, you just got to hold your breath for a moment. Struggling with a knee injury all throughout the year. She says she's feeling good so far today, though.
Yeah, it's at least reassuring. I don't think I see the same rap, and they've given that as a foul by Jasmine Kong. That is a tough one to figure, and acting head coach Cameo Williams having the same reaction that I am, but more demonstrative about it. Alicia Jones bumping bodies with Rihanna Bay. Shot clock is off, 10 seconds to go in the quarter. Delta looking to make it a 7-point lead. Payne under the hoop, no good. Rebound Ware, 5 seconds left on the clock. Here comes Nia Johnson. Nadia, need to get this one off. Nadia off target on the long 3 ball. So that'll take us to the end of our first quarter here. DVC trailing by 5, but a bit closer of a game without the big runs that we saw in the game in Stockton. We'll go pause here on the DVC Vikings Sports Network. Back here on the DVC Vikings Sports Network, 20-15 at the end of quarter number 1, getting quarter number 2 started. Ball in possession of DVC. And again, Alicia Jones tasked with trying to neutralize Rihanna Bay. She's done quite a job at sticking to Bay so far here in the first quarter. It'll be Nia Johnson with Tamiko Patterson all up in her space. Cheating at a double team. Here comes a straight on three from Nia Johnson. And that's going to make it a 2-point game right out of the break.
And that was all set up by her handle, showing the left, right, and then the step back to the 3-point shot.
Patterson wanting to get into Nia Johnson's airspace as much as possible, making things challenging. Here's an opportunity here as Bay is going to tie up Jones. Ball will stay right here with San Joaquin Delta with 21 to shoot, but that's going to flip the possession arrow here in just a moment.
We averaged 3 jump balls per quarter in the first quarter of play, so that's the 4th of the game.
Just like clockwork. Ball in here for Alicia Jones, trying to work her way through a double team. Here's the ball out to the right wing. Corner 3, no good by Cochran. Rebound, though, comes to the 21, Patterson. A nice jumper from the left elbow.
And you appreciate the effort, both defenders closing out on the 3-point shooter, but when that happens, you leave somebody open in the paint.
Respect for Johnson opens up some space for Bay. She's not able to hit the corner 3. Ukiah Ware with the rebound has it stripped out of her as she tries to go back up, and apparently last touched by Keys. Gabrielle will come in here for Nadia Johnson. We saw a potential use, though, for the respect that this team clearly has for Nadia Johnson's shooting. Just a little bit of an up fake there, drew an extra defender and found some space for Rayana Bay. They're going to need to figure out who Delta's really trying to target and see if they can work the ball out of their hands. Nia Johnson from under the hoop, so the call reversed. DVC get the ball back. Here is Kong, misses the first attempt, misses the second. Nia Johnson, another offensive board. She takes a whack as she goes to ground. She'll head to the line to shoot 2.
2 missed shots, but keeping the eye on the ball and just going and getting it.
And as we mentioned, a 77% free throw shooter over these last 6 games. Nia apparently went back in the lab and tinkered with her form. I remember she came out of the next 2 games, I think went 10 for 12 after the 8 for 18 performance in the first matchup against Delta.
And honestly, what this game has boiled down to early on is 1, handling like we talked about before, and then 2, just outright effort. Going out there, putting it all on the line, and the team that just gives 5% more effort might be the one that comes up with the ball.
Certainly when you're going to ground, that is the name of the game. Nia Johnson splits the pair. 22-19, a little over a minute into the second quarter here from Pleasant Hill. Steve Cochimilio Court, Delta versus DVC. Top 2 teams in Northern California going at it. Kiara Manipul, Rayana Bay trying to stick to her. Nearly jumps and swipes the pass away. Tamiko Patterson straight on 3-pointers, no good. Yanira Gabriel the board.
The first time we saw a half-court set as well, throwing up the Texans' horns there.
There's Jasmine Kong dribbling in from the left corner, lifts up the push shot, no good, but Vanessa Cochran with a foot on the line as she tries to save the rebound. To keep the ball for Delta, it's going to turn right back over to DVC with a fresh 30.
And Donjay right there showing all of her length. She is quite the lanky defender up there. Forced Jasmine Kong to slightly change her shot and missed it.
Yeah, it's a tough thing. Donjay Payne, 5 inches taller than any of the DVC Vikings. We got an offensive foul underneath called against Nia Johnson. That's going to be 2 on her. Keep an eye on that. As we said in the last matchup, there was a good chunk of the late third quarter and early fourth played with Rayana Bay and Nia Johnson both on 4. Vanessa Cochran worked over to the left side. Kiara Watkins got hot in the first matchup from 3. She misses her first attempt. Watkins came in at the start of the second quarter of the game in Stockton and hit 3 3-pointers right away. Quick 9-point run, and that was a big part of taking DVC's initial 14-point advantage and carving that down to 4 by halftime. This one so far, a much more tightly contested affair in general. Here's the inbound to Donjay Payne. She goes straight for the hoop. Coach Cameo Williams remonstrating with his arms in the air. How do we let them get the ball into her hands on an inbound play?
I do respect the effort of Keys underneath the basket, though. That's the second time she goes up, meeting the woman at the top of the shot. But unfortunately, like the first time around, body contact is what's drawing that foul.
That's the second on Keys so far here. Donjay Payne misses the first of the 2. Kong, Ware, Bay, Gabrielle, and Nia Johnson on the floor for the Vikings. Here comes that 3-woman press again for Delta. Nia quickly ahead here to Rayana. Rayana again taking steps. And while the turnover hurts, at the very least what we're seeing right now is something notably is not what we saw in the game in Stockton, which was Rihanna trying to bull her way through these sorts of things. She picked up 2 offensive fouls out of those early 4, and it was largely her just trying to bull her way through that press.
Early adjustments by the coaching staff for the Vikings.
So Janae Money and Nadia Johnson giving DVC a bit more of a 3-point heavy look. Preferred mechanism of scoring for both of those players. Vikings down 4, 2 minutes into the second quarter. Donjay Payne can't find the calibration on the shot from close in. Gabrielle the board. Jasmine Kong spinning her way through Kendall Weary. Through the legs dribble, working to the top of the key. Drops that off for Johnson. Looking for the open woman. Finds Kong here under pressure. Kong thought about throwing it back over there. Someone in the crowd trying to count down 3, 2, 1 to distract the Vikings. Brianna Bay has it stuck to her. It's a jump ball. Go ahead and mark that down on the tally sheet there, Max. And luckily for DVC, it'll stay right here. 6 seconds to shoot as they get ready to inbound. Nadia looking for someone to feed. Needs to get it out of her hands soon. Finds Rihanna Bay, top of the key. Ray Bay fires for 3, in and out. Could have made it a 1-point game there. Here's 7:23 to go till halftime. Vikings down 23-19. Ball inside again for Payne. Good high pass. She spins. Again too strong. Gabrielle battling for the board, but Patterson takes it away. Top of the key, Manipul driving, finds Payne after the double team collapses to her. And too easy there for the 6'2 sophomore.
Manipul drew the attention. She came down the lane absolutely on fire. Dropped off the last second.
Jasmine Kong, too many steps on the other end, and that might be the other thing we should be counting our travels at this point, but that's going to induce Cameo Williams to call a timeout. Give DVC a chance to reset, down now by 6 with 3 minutes gone in the second quarter. We'll take this opportunity briefly here to go around the horn. We've just got a couple of other things going on in DVC Athletics to tell you about this evening. DVC Swimming and Diving will be in action at Las Positas this coming Friday for a dual meet. They won their first outing, their only home date of the season, against Mount San Antonio College, both the women and the men, coasting to victory. 3 wins that afternoon for Charlotte Wu, 3 podiums for Mia Ruffin, Cole Welsh, Kenneth Sahaley, and Sky Labonte, and a pair of podium sweeps in the 100 backstroke and the 100 free. 100 backstroke over for the women, 100 free for the men. So good work so far there for Rick Millington's swimming and diving team. Last note for you, women's soccer, not in action right now. That's a fall sport, but some nice news for the Big 8 All-Academic team, which was recently announced. Alani McKechnie and Julia Richardson-Castaneda, a pair of the sophomores that we honored back in November, named to that team. So great work both on the field and in the classroom from those 2 sophomores.
Reason why DVC is one of the top transfer colleges in the nation.
Absolutely. We heard earlier about all the transfers and the scholarship offers coming to Mike Darr's football team as well. All you got to do is follow him on Twitter if you want to know all about that.
Great follow.
I do, yeah, indeed. Ball back in the hands of San Joaquin Delta, looking to build on a 6-point lead. Tamiko Patterson has the double team come to her, throws it off the feet of the newly inserted Danae Murray. That's going to go the way of the Vikings.
And one thing that the Vikings have picked up on and taken really from Delta early on, Delta in the press kicked out their feet. They were trying to just do anything and possibly get the ball out of the hands of the Vikings defenders. And the Vikings, despite the fact that they didn't do that early on, they've done that quite a bit more.
Yanira Gabrielle getting stuck in her dribble. She just does get across the timeline with about a second to spare. Brianna Bay terminates the dribble, finds Jasmine Kong. Now she'll go cross court after the penetration. Nadia Johnson, 3-ball, no good. Long rebound comes out to Watkins.
Johnson was 2 for 7 in the last game, so she is getting these opportunities from beyond the arc.
And drive and kick really what DVC largely hang their hat on, besides this crazy defensive pressure that they're seeing mirrored back at them. Nadia Johnson the board on the long shot from Delta. Again, the pressure from Kendall Weary. Now Yanira Gabrielle a chance to drive. She terminates the dribble, stops, kicks to Bay, off target on the 3. Nadia getting the rebound, but she's over the back, and that's going to come back Delta's way.
And that could be an interesting fold that we saw with them breaking the press right over there. They're still doubling Rihanna Bay or whoever the main ball handler, either her or Jasmine Kong on the other side, so that does give the opportunity for one of the other players to bring it across the court.
And the pressure we're seeing from particularly Kendall Weary and Tamiko Patterson, I think those two have been the primary ones, just hassling Bay, hassling Kong, making their lives miserable. Bay, meanwhile, having to be a bit more conservative against Kiera Manipul. Puts it over to the left side here. Weary, a step around. That's going to be called as steps as well. Coach Cameo Williams, I think, was about ready to have an aneurysm if they had not actually called that. DVC breaking the press with a couple passes between Bay and Gabrielle, now looking for someone open to feed. Sarah Ruiz steps up to her. Bay steps into a straight-on three, off target. Nadia Johnson's got the board underneath the hoop, trying to throw it up. Doing a little bit of an impression of her sister, to be honest, right there. Has it blocked out, but the ball will stay right here for DVC. For all intents and purposes, a fresh 30 for the Vikings.
What about that slasher running in their genetics, right?
Inbound from Money comes to Rayana Bay. It's interesting, for as frenetic as those first few minutes were, 25-19 halfway through the second quarter. This is among the lower scoring games DVC or Delta have played this year to this point. Jasmine Kong, great find under the hoop for Money, can't finish the layup. Looks like an over the back perhaps called in the battle for the rebound, and that indeed will be on Jasmine. Chances like that just have to be finished.
And on top of that, that's already the fourth foul on the Vikings, and there's still over 5 minutes left in the second quarter.
And while Delta aren't a team that tends to get to the line nearly as much as the Vikings do, they are generally better shooters. Manipul nearly trapping Bay there. They work to the open woman, Ruiz. Left corner three ball, no good. Long rebound coming to Nadia Johnson. She works that up towards half court. Manages to get around Tamiko Patterson, her opposing 21. Now pass out to Bay, a little bit dangerous. Out wide, Janae Money! Cash! Hits the three ball from the right wing, cuts the Delta lead in half, 25-22. Ruiz looking for drive and kick, finds Murray. Now the kick all the way to the left corner, and feathering in the three is Vanessa Cochran. She's got the answer to Janae Money's ball from the other side.
We complain about scoring, and all of a sudden, everybody's scoring again.
What else can I complain about that I might be able to get? Janae Money loaded up for three again, no good this time around. Long rebound comes to Tamiko Patterson. Bomb pass to Danae Murray. Tough angle as she tries to finish anyway. Rebound comes to Money. Might have considered pulling that one back out at that point. She was fed at a very difficult angle. Rayana Bay, hop, skip, three for Ray Bay.
Hopefully that breaks the seal from beyond the arc for her, and she starts getting that stroke flowing.
Sierra Manipul working to the left corner. Here's Ruiz, and she drills one. Wowee, ask and you shall receive. Jasmine Kong forward for Bay, working her way through three defenders in a slalom, has it slapped away from her. But a foul committed underneath by Kiera Manipul.
Only the second foul on Delta. But fortunately enough for the Vikings, they will go to the line on this one.
Judged to be a shooting motion by Bay as she was trying to get the ball up and off glass.
Just getting a second to get a breath right over there, Joe. Alongside just the hectic calling of the play on the floor. Snuck in a few tongue twisters in there as well.
Oh, yeah. Said Rayana Bay, 71% from the line on the season. Among DVC's more precise shooters from there. Oh, boy.
And there's the jinx again. Rayana Bay, she went 4 for 6 from the free throw line last time out, so earning those trips to the line, she just needs to capitalize, and the Vikings team in general just need to capitalize on those opportunities.
Yeah, I'll tell you, that first free throw just looked exhausted. Second one, gorgeous. Oh, but there's a carry right there as Monet Brown had a little trouble getting her handle on that ball. Took 3 steps. That'll turn it back over to the Vikings.
And anything along the perimeter, Janae Money can really do. Shooting it, perimeter defense, she is that huge presence for beyond the arc.
Yeah, she adds a neat dimension to the team. We saw earlier tonight in the men's game, Travis August, somebody who generally just has zero conscience when it comes to letting fly from three-point land. Janae Money, early in the season when she came in from injury, very, very similar sort of player. There's a ball fed to Nadia Johnson, lets the defender go by, now tries to work down underneath. No good on the first attempt, throws it back up after getting her own board. And Nadia cuts it to a three-point game again. 31-28, 3:20 to go.
With Nia Johnson sitting on the bench, her sister's taking the duties that she typically has.
There's an errant shot by Danae Murray, but a bit lackadaisical settling the board, and Donjay Payne takes it away. Here comes Ruiz the other way, no good. Danae Murray the board and the putback. Third chance points for the Mustangs.
That says everything about just being tired. You saw a slight delay right there. Nadia Johnson was the closest person to the ball, but just wasn't able to get there.
Janae Money, in the meanwhile, makes it a 2-point game. She pulls up, and she has caught fire. Alicia Jones driving, kicking left corner, off target. Too short there by Vanessa Cochran. Here comes Gabrielle the other way, but she is encircled by Delta defenders. Gets rid of it to Jasmine. Jasmine thinking about the step back three. Passes that up, now over to Nadia Johnson, who drops it in, and DVC are on top by 1.
25-footer to cap things off as well. She shows the range there.
Big run by DVC, catalyzed first by Janae Money, and Nadia Johnson, as you said, taking over for Nia in her absence. Getting DVC some points on the board. They are on top for the first time since early in the first quarter. We'll go ahead and take this time out with San Joaquin Delta. We'll be right back here on the DVC Vikings Sports Network. And welcome back here. 2:27 left in our first half. DVC have just retaken the lead on a flurry of three-point shots coming from Janae Money and the most recent one from Nadia Johnson. Certainly the usual suspects here. DVC looking for that extra contribution to get them over the hump against a team that beat them by 20 in Stockton. Here's a bit of pressure there. Jasmine Kong got a piece of it. The return pass taken away by Yanira Gabriel. Working her way through three defenders, trying to go straight for the cup, and it's stripped from her by Tamiko Patterson. Patterson bringing Delta the other way. High dribble here as Delta look to retake the lead themselves. Ruiz kicks out right side. Vanessa Cochran. Ruiz now fed left wing three-pointer, and Delta back on top by 2. No press this time here. Weary sags off of her assignment bay. Finds Jasmine Kong looking for the jumper off glass. Unable to get that, but an errant pass coming out of the break. That'll go right back to the Vikings.
The only thing, going back to that ping pong reference before, the only thing ping pong now is just the score and the lead.
Ball slapped away here by Kendall Weary as Ukiah Ware tries to inbound to Kong. Final 2 minutes of our first half. Vikings briefly led by 1, now down 2. Rayana Bay in possession for DVC. Kendall Weary backpedaling, picked off by Keys' pick. Good work by Payne to pick up Bay, though, and deny her an opportunity to shot. On the refeed, Rayana. You said it yourself, Max. Broken the seal. Rayana starting to feel herself from distance.
All it takes is that one shot to go down the basket, and then you start to feel it. You start to have that muscle memory click back in. And then we're looking for a big night from her from beyond the arc.
And then great defense there, just tenacious D by Jasmine Kong. Forces the turnover from Sarah Ruiz. DVC with a 1-point lead and the ball. 84 seconds left in our first half.
And something to know as well, Nia Johnson hasn't played in the last about 6 minutes, so they're doing this without their best player on the floor.
They're sort of changing up their style right now. It's more drive and kick. They pretty much abandoned slashing for the most part. But it's almost like Delta don't realize that yet. Bay, down low. Trying to find Keys, waiting for the defenders to go away. Now on the deck with Donjay Payne, ball rattling around. DVC looking for the tie-up. Ball squirts loose. Is there a foul on the floor? There is. Let's see who it's on. The initial point was in DVC's direction. Now he's pointed the other way. Decision appears to be on Nadia Johnson, the foul.
She fouled out of last game too, so it's not a good sign getting that foul right now. And if I'm not mistaken, that is the 4th foul on the Vikings so far. I know that is the 5th, so it will be bonus.
All right, so a pair of free throws to come here for Donjay Payne. And a pair of warnings given here to Donjay Payne and Nadia Johnson after that encounter with each other.
But unfortunately, warnings don't show up on the scoreboard.
Maddie McMiller getting ready to re-enter after the free throws. Payne takes the first. Gina Johnson has her entire team over on the other side of the floor.
Well, I've actually never seen that. I'm surprised I don't see it more. Pretty smart there.
Well, it's a lot of faith apparently in
the free throw shooting.
Yeah, it must be, because otherwise that was definitely going to be a break the other way for DVC. Substitutions made. Maddie McMiller into the game now. For DVC, it's Nadia Janet, Yukaya, Jasmine, and Rayana.
1 minute remaining as well.
Jasmine with a nice behind-the-back dribble here. DVC trail by 1. Jasmine comes to a stop, kicks out for Rayana. Rayana, floater from the free throw line, buries it. DVC up 1, 45 seconds to go. Comes Sarah Ruiz, gets Kong in the air, blows by her, drives a little bit, now kicks, extra pass, right corner. Kiara Watkins, look out for her. Now Delta up by 2. 4-second difference between shot and game clock right now. Jasmine Kong in possession, DVC. Will they try to milk it to the last moment? Back up top, Rayana Bay. 15 seconds to shoot. Yukaya Ware came up for the high pick, now goes back into the post. Bay working to the left side, now picks up the pick from Ware, kicks out. Nadia Johnson, no good off the left corner of the hoop. Nadia battling, gets her own board, throws it up off glass, no good. Ware battling, she gets the putback with 2 seconds left, and we're gonna go to the break tied at 41. Wow. Which feels like the only right way that possibly could have ended after all of the back and forth. We haven't had much of a lead spring up. I think the biggest one we've seen was Delta up at 1 point by 5. Is that right, Max?
Yeah, that is correct. And more than anything, it's effort. The Vikings dug deep, even though they're playing way less players than Delta is on the floor. It's just they're going out there and they're really digging deep into the very bottom of their heart and then basically just pulling up whatever they can.
And, of course, they don't need to look very far to find inspiration for trying to knock off the #1 team in the state. We talked earlier tonight about DVC's softball team doing exactly that earlier today against the College of San Mateo, looking for a repeat, looking for a twofer tonight. We'll be right back, though, in about, I'll probably say about 15 minutes or so here on the DVC Vikings Sports Network with half number 2 of game number 2. But as we go to the break, 41-41 our score. And welcome back to the DVC Vikings Sports Network here on youtube.com/watchdvc sports. Thrilled to have you along with us. Joe Hickey, Max Agress, getting ready for the second half of tonight's game between the number 1 and number 2 teams in Northern California. 41-41, couldn't be closer right now. We've only had a 5-point lead briefly for San Joaquin Delta. And the story really has been the Mustangs trying to lock down Rayana Bay and force turnovers from her. And Rayana coming out the other end just fine. She's got 11 points to lead all scorers, along with Donjay Payne, who's also got 11.
Yeah, more than anything, what we saw is Nia Johnson was able to actually get a bit of a rest there, so she had to sit because of those 2 fouls, but it could actually come back and really help out DVC coming into that second half of play, just because she had all those minutes on the bench and got that blood flow back to her legs.
Absolutely, and her sister Nadia doing a fine Nia impression and picking up 8 points of her own. Janae Money also throwing in a pair of threes as DVC got a nice rally going after they went down 5. They had a lovely run there with Janae Money hitting a pair of threes, Nadia getting one that gave DVC the lead back. Over on the Delta side, as we said, a lot of pressure, a lot of fury. Interestingly, Kendall Weary, one of the only players on the roster that doesn't have any points, has still been a very influential part of this game in terms of the way that she has hassled Kong and Bay. She and Tamiko Patterson in particular have been responsible for that. Patterson throwing in 8 points as well for good measure.
And the thing that I really want to watch out for in the second half is just the fatigue factor. You saw it, and that's one of the main reasons that the score ended up being what it was last game around. It's just your legs end up like they lock up on you just from all the lactic acid.
Absolutely. Delta looking quickly to find a 3-point shot. No good from the right corner by Jones. Tamiko Patterson gets it back. No good on the putback. Donjay Payne encircled by DVC Vikings, trying to lay that in off glass. She absorbs contact and will head to the line. Looks like that might be Keys picking that one up. No, Rayana Bay actually instead. So that'll be her second personal. She now joins Nia, Nadia, Jasmine, and Yukaya, all with 2 personals at this point for DVC. Payne hits the first of the 2 and puts Delta briefly up here, 42-41. Rattles around the second as well, and so Delta with a successful first trip down the floor. Now it's DVC's turn. Here is that press. Again, Jones and Weary coming after Kong. She breaks it, gets it to Nia, almost throws that away, but Rayana able to stretch out and keep it. Worked around the perimeter now to the right side for Nadia. Back to Jazz. Vikings almost unsettlingly patient right now. Working in the offense, now dropping down low, looking for Yukaya. Busy hands by Donjay Payne, take it away. Kira Manipul ahead now, looking for Alicia Jones. Does well there to lay that in off glass on the right side. There's another bit of pressure here, and the ball taken away by San Joaquin Delta. And Kendall Weary looked like she slipped and lost and should have traveled. Boy, oh boy, the DVC bench is hot on that one. Donjay Payne, the rebound, and the putback, and the foul. That's against Nia, and that's 3 on her.
And now send her back to the bench, probably.
Indeed, just a minute and 2 seconds out of her, and she's headed back to try to conserve, if nothing else, permissible aggression. Here comes, again, speaking of aggression, that press. Rayana Bay, thought that was over the top of Yukaya Ware. She stretches every inch of that 5'9" frame to bring it down. Gabrielle, another long pass to Bay, finds Johnson. Delta, very quick out to the perimeter shooters for DVC. You wonder if that might create a little space underneath. Yukaya Ware at the pick. Bay, 3-ball from the right side, short. Manipul the board, DVC looking to put the pressure on, but Bay can't take it away. Patterson coming forward. Finds Kendall Weary on the right side, short on her jumper. Battling for the board here, rattling around still. Nadia Johnson finally takes it away after Kong, Jones, and Bay all had a bite at it. Kong, Bay, right wing, 3-ball, got it! Rayana Bay continues her hot hand shooting. She's got 14 tonight to lead everybody besides Payne.
And you can see it right when it leaves her hand. She just has that clean stroke. When she's about to hit it, she holds the form. She knows it.
It's been a little bit since we've seen a game like this out of Rayana. It's been very much the distributor and the source of defensive pressure rather than somebody who's been asked to to be a scorer, but Nia having a bit of an off night here as a foul is committed off the ball by Nadia Johnson. Knocks over her opposing 21, and we're just 2 minutes in, and that's already 3 team fouls against DVC. Jeanne Money will take off Nadia.
And the third from Nadia as well. Nadia's had a good game. But it's just those 3 fouls. She fouled out the last one. It's just the Johnson sisters, they can't quite get off the backs of the officials tonight.
Well, they certainly play with a vengeance. DVC may need the decisive points to come from somewhere else tonight. Vikings right now down 4, 2 minutes into the the second half. Here comes the inbound, Donjay Payne, Patterson. Manipole down low to try to find Payne. Kong got in the way. Bay comes away with the ball. Here comes Rayana, working the break for DVC. Left wing now for Jeanne Money. Back to Rayana. Momentum gone. DVC now working the half court. Double team comes to Jasmine. Rayana wide open, and she travels again as she tries to get off to that running start.
I think that's her 4th travel of the day.
Sort of caught in 2 minds a couple of times here where she's at least giving half a thought to maybe jacking up that 3 ball. Changes her mind at the last moment, and by then the pivot foot's already lifted. Jones inside now, Kendall Weary driving, off back iron, round and round it goes, but finally down. First points tonight for Weary. DVC quickly break the press this time, Kong to Ware driving, whacked by Donjay Payne.
Only her first foul.
And for as much body banging as Donjay Payne has done tonight, somehow just her first personal.
And this
go ahead.
This just says a lot about the tiredness of this team right over here. Gabrielle walked across the court thinking the ball was going back the other way. Just fatigue playing a factor in the minds and the bodies of this team.
So a timeout here taken by DVC to try to get their wits about them in the early going of this second half. It is a 9-3 run for San Joaquin Delta. We'll go ahead and take the break with them and catch our breath. You're watching DVC basketball on the DVC Vikings Sports Network. And welcome back to live action. DVC getting ready to defend this next Delta possession. We do have some news for you from the men's basketball side, and it's not great. Santa Rosa 91-77 victors tonight. That clinches them the Big 8 championship, even if DVC were to win and Santa Rosa were to lose on Friday, they'd finish tied and they would lose the tiebreaker. So congratulations to the Bear Cubs, one heck of a race. Bummer it hasn't gone down to the final day, though, for as contentious as it was.
6th jump ball of the game, and the arrow goes to the Vikings this time as well.
All right, DVC, some good defense there, getting an empty possession out of Delta. Looking to break the press here. Forward for Jasmine Kong, breaks through Weary. Jones chasing from behind. Open woman is Yanira Gabarel, but she had a foot on the line as she receives that pass. Another turnover by the green and white.
And you can really see it with the energy levels there. It's just the little slide body movements of just having some assistance stopping. And
good work there by Bay and Kong to trap Alicia Jones. She's forced to use a timeout here. So we'll take a look at what's coming up here in the near future. So based on the results we've seen so far here, we certainly expect DVC's women's team to be here at home next weekend. As we know, they're going to be finishing up the regular season on the road at Modesto, a game that doesn't mean a ton to either team. Modesto away a wee bit out from the playoff hunt. DVC pretty well assured of being a 2 or a 3 seed. They'll be here at home both next weekend and most likely the weekend after if they're able to win that first round matchup, likely with a 15th seed or perhaps something even lower. I believe there are some play-ins that need to be taken care of there. The men on the other side suffering a little bit from the loss today. Looks an awful lot like they will be on the road for their first round playoff So Max will have you held down for the women here on the DVC Vikings Sports Network, and I will likely be traveling with the men. Here's a wild three-pointer from Tamiko Patterson, no good. Third chance points, though, for Delta.
Payne has really thrived in the second half of play as the ball is tossed away.
Patterson, good stuff there. Quick touch pass. Nia Johnson blocks it out of bounds, though, on the return.
Yeah, but
Delta out to their biggest lead now, 8 points, 52-44.
Like I was saying before, though, Payne has really started to thrive. She doesn't necessarily have to move across the court, so she does have a little bit more gas in her tank. So now that everybody's getting tired, she's just really reaping the benefits.
It's not unlike what we saw in Stockton. She came out big at the beginning of the second half, and again tipping that ball out, this time unlucky to have it go out of play before Tamiko Patterson can chase it down. Vanessa Cochran in. That's somebody who kind of has a surprising amount of scoring for somebody who hardly ever starts. Very useful source of scoring off the bench. 14.1 points per game. We'll see if Delta elect to go to her here. Nia Johnson fed on the left wing. She looks to scream in from the left and is whistled for the offensive foul. And that is just the kiss of death. And at least for me, somebody who was there at that game in Stockton, offensive fouls called against Nia or Rayana. Those, that brings back unhappy memories.
Fourth foul on Nia as well, so she's going to have to take a long seat on the bench, and that really thins down this DVC's lineup that's already pretty thin to begin with.
Vanessa Cochran popping from just inside the arc, no good. Rebound, though, to Jones, and a tasty-looking jumper from Tamiko Patterson. That's going to give Delta the advantage here. Up double digits, Jasmine Kong steps on the sideline as she tries to break the Jones and Patterson press. Another turnover here. Delta executing their game plan to absolute perfection here at the beginning of the second half. Ball down low for Payne, trying to spin around Ukiah Ware. She absorbs contact, perhaps from Gabrielle. And indeed, yeah, Yanira takes that foul. That'll be her first personal. A little bit of a sigh of relief for DVC fans as Ukiah Ware, we were worried for a moment, had picked up her third. That's going to put Delta into the bonus here with 5:24 left in the third.
And Payne has just made all her money from the free throw line. She misses her first one of the set here. But Payne, the 72% free throw shooter, usually when you have a big on the floor, they're not that high of an accurate shooter, but she can really get things done as she misses both in this case.
Tamiko Patterson, though, the board and a chance for a productive trip anyway. Cochran's three ball no good. Another board for Payne. Money nearly able to bat away the pass to Jones, but it gets through. Manipole, drive, kick, extra pass up to the left wing. Cochran rattles it home. And it's a 13-point advantage. And after a first half that largely felt nothing like the first half in Stockton, the third quarter starting to feel very, very familiar. Ball ahead now for Tamiko Patterson, working on Kong, off glass, no good. Batted around, and it's going to be a foul call here as Guyana Bay takes a whack to the face.
Jones picking up her third foul.
Foul is on 15, Ukiah Ware, that's her third.
I was about to say one of the big sources of pressure, Alicia Jones coming off the floor with those three fouls. Of course, they put back Kendall Weary. Just a relentlessness to this team that honestly reminds me a lot of last year's DVC team.
Depth is just the main problem now that we're seeing it. It's just you got tired legs on the floor, and then when you're tired, you're more likely to make a little mental mistake, and mental mistakes lead to turnovers.
Kong trapped. Here's Bay. She's got 3 seconds to get it across half court. She's got to throw this thing up and does not. That's going to be a 10-second violation. And just about nothing going right now for the DVC Vikings. They've got just 3 points so far here in the opening 5.5 minutes of the third quarter.
And that's the bonus for San Joaquin Delta as well.
Ball inside here for Weary. Dump down low for Payne. She takes the foul from Gabrielle, who picks up her second, and she'll go to the line to shoot two.
Nadia Johnson ready to check back in for Gabrielle. Johnson has had 7 points on the night so far, or 8 points on the night so far, but it's just been the unique way she's been scoring. It's been cutting down the lane, being a slasher, going outside of the arc, and for the Vikings, they just need a productive score on the floor right now as they've just been stopped cold in the water.
Remember Nadia Johnson with that big emotional swing three-pointer to make it 34-33. DVC getting outscored 25-10 since then. Rayana Bay taking the ball at the three-point arc. Doesn't travel this time, thank heavens. Cross to Nadia Johnson, a little strong on the three ball. Trying to touch that away as Ukiah Ware. It's off of her as it goes out of bounds. Delta will reload. DVC looking to work the press. Rayana Bay. What exactly happened there? I think she's poked the ball away. There is a foul. And that is now 3 on Rayana. And of course with the bonus now, that's going to mean free throws as well for San Joaquin Delta College and a chance to extend the lead without the clock even moving.
And you put an 81% free throw shooter on the floor as well. And every single time I've tried to compliment San Joaquin Delta's free throw shooting, it's gone the other way.
Can you start complimenting Donjay Payne's post play? We were saying before that the press certainly has this feeling of relentlessness. I would say right now the post play down low for Payne has a feeling almost of inevitability at the moment.
The only person on the floor that can really match up with her underneath is Ukiah Ware, and she's played so many minutes so far in this game.
So Payne out to take a breather. Danae Murray in her place. For Delta right now, a slew of substitutes on the floor. Kendall Weary, the lone starter, otherwise, Manipole as well in there. Otherwise, it's Cochran, Murray, and Monet Brown. Foul committed by Cochran. 15-point Delta lead right here. It's been all Mustangs here in the third quarter. Janae Money looking to try to feed Jasmine Kong. The defenders collapse to her. She spins off the left side. Turnaround jumper, no good. Kiera Manipole ahead now as DVC try to challenge the break. Cross-court pass over to the right corner. Weary, great circle route, now kicks out to the left corner. Three ball in and out from the 20, Vanessa Cochran. Here comes Jasmine Kong with Monet Brown hassling her. Out of bounds, last touch by Jazz. DVC left right now to choose. Do you try to dribble out of these things, or do you just throw up those wild long passes and cross your fingers? Rayana Bay challenging for this. She gets that ball away. Has Jasmine streaking along the left side. Feeds her. Turnaround in the left. That one's up off glass. No good, and she can't finish. Rayana Bay trying to hassle Kendall Weary, and she escapes. Weary thinking about going coast to coast. Tries to lay that in. Blocked by Nadia Johnson. Recovered underneath by Manipole, though. Nobody for DVC went for the board. The kick to the right corner. Cochran buries the three. And it's a 18-point San Joaquin Delta lead. Another wild pass picked off by Cochran. And the Mustangs are running wild. Lay in no good. Weary the rebound against Kong, who's got her hands on her knees. DVC down 20. And the number one team in the state certainly looks like it right now.
Chalk it all up to depth, really. You saw it on the floor. The Vikings had their starters, so technically you have the more skilled players on the floor, but it's just, it doesn't matter how much skill you have in the world if you are just exhausted to your core.
And we saw that right there, just encapsulated by Jasmine Kong with her hands on her knees at the end of that last play. I think we'll go ahead and catch our breath as well for a few moments after the full timeout taken by the Vikings. 64-44, 3 minutes to go in the third. And welcome back to Steve Cochimilio Court. DVC trying to stop the bleeding here. They've been outscored 23-3 in this third quarter. It's not the sort of thing you're accustomed to seeing from the green and white, but this Delta team has turned up the defensive intensity, has taken advantage of the Vikings' exhaustion down low, getting second chance opportunities and utilizing their size. Nia Johnson back into the game with her 4 fouls, looking to try to get by Murray. Kicks out after the penetration. Yanira Gabarel just barely off target. Johnson can't get the rebound. Kendall Weary being chased. Here's the long arcing pass to Kiera Manipole. She looks to dribble, penetrates, kicks to the left corner. Kendall Weary pulls up at the free throw line, and she drops that in. As I was starting to say, just an air of inevitability right now as another turnover and a foul. No, excuse me, thank heavens. Thought it was a foul on Nia Johnson, and that would have been it for her, but instead a double dribble by San Joaquin Delta as they tried to get off to the races after yet another DVC turnover.
And right now it's the extra pass that's really, I mean, it's just wide open for Delta. Like any single time that they pass the ball twice, DVC moves with it, but the third and the fourth pass, they don't have enough gas.
Absolutely. And again, the press coming here. Brianna Bay beats it on the dribble. Has Kiara Watkins on her hip. Now dishes up top to Nadia. Handoff to Nia. Gets off the hip of Cochran. Nia dribbling down into the low post, absorbs contact. It's Cochran on the foul, 4th personal, so the next one DVC would shoot some free throws.
Despite the fact of the foul, Cochran being plugged in this game has been the scorer that she was in that first matchup as well. 6 points already.
Just plug and play right now for these Delta Mustangs. Rayana Bay fed for 3. That one is off front iron and no good. Patterson, the strong clear out on Ware after getting the board. Cochran, Patterson pulls up from the free throw line. Misses that one wide left. Nia Johnson the board here. At this point, even with the 4 fouls, Cameo Williams just cannot afford to leave Nia Johnson off the floor. Nadia not able to get it to Jeanne, picked off by Brown, and she'll take that right to the cup. Vikings with 1 made field goal in the 3rd quarter. That was Rayana Bay very early on when they made it 48-4. It is a 20-0 San Joaquin Delta run. Kick out to the left side. Jeanne Money off glass, no good. Ware, the offensive board, in amongst the trees, tries to put that in off glass, no good. Poked away by Monet Brown, but Kiara Watkins can't get to it before it goes out of play. DVC ball.
Hands on hips, bending down, tying shoes, stretching. Fatigue all across the board. Hate to keep driving the point, but that's how it is.
If it wasn't the story, we wouldn't say it. Brianna Bay met again at the timeline. Breaks through the press, forward to Jeanne. Sees Nia wide open on the right side. Extra pass, corner 3, Nadia, and that won't fall either. And again, that's where the legs become the issue. Just not able to find the range. Monet Brown bumped off by Rayana Bay. And I think that's going to be 4 on Rayana.
That is 4 on her. Same type of situation, 4 fouls each on the 2 key players for this Vikings team in the 3rd quarter of play.
And you told us here you had your 3 keys to the game at the beginning of this, Max. Was stay out of foul trouble. Uh-oh.
That's the number 1.
Be the bully for about 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Step up to the line. Well, sounds like Coach Gina Johnson's Mustangs heard that last one because they've been at the free throw line all night. The scoring run here stretches to 21, make it 22-0. The Vikings just searching for answers right now to get back on the board. Nia Johnson fouled here on the press, 29.2 seconds left. That's going to put the Vikings into the bonus. They'll go to the line and try to get off 44 points where they have been since about the 8.5-minute mark.
Time for 14, Alicia Jones, Delta.
Four more players have played for Delta than DVC so far in this game. It's just the minute distribution playing a big role.
And it's shown all over the faces and the and the postures right now of the DVC Vikings. Nia Johnson misses the first of the free throws. Can't get either of them.
And when you think about it, those missed free throws it's a matter of form. What's the first thing to go when you get fatigued? It's your form.
Absolutely. Sarah Ruiz here with the shot clock off, 18 seconds left to go. She will try to lay that in with the left hand, no good as she flies across Tony Parker style. 10 seconds left to go. Nia Johnson trying to get DVC a point before the break, but it's another turnover. Danae Murray coming the other end, and she'll lay that one in off glass. That is how the third quarter is going to end. It is a 28-point San Joaquin Delta advantage. They close on a 24-0 run. I don't know that there's a whole lot else we can say before sending it to a break here before quarter number 4, Max.
Take a deep breath, keep fighting.
And that's the deal now, is you're looking for pride here. You can't get blown out any worse than this. You want to fight your way back into it, even if a win's not necessarily in the cards tonight. At the very least, something you can look back if you see this team down the road and feel like, yeah, we can go toe-to-toe with them next time. So that's what we'll be looking for when we come back from this break here. End of the third quarter here on the DVC Vikings Sports Network. Welcome back to the DVC Vikings Sports Network, coming to you live from Steve Cochimilio Court here in Pleasant Hill. And of course, with this being the beginning of the fourth quarter, what we're going to do here is add 24 points to Delta's score. And then, of course, they'll both chase that 96. We're not doing that, are we?
No.
I would rather that. It was going to be a lot funnier if the game was close. You watch the All-Star game on Sunday?
It's a ton of fun.
That was a blast.
I know. It's just finding that good way to make an All-Star game fun. It's just competitiveness, and that's what we net out of this game tonight. It's just keep competitive, keep fighting, take the charge, follow up with the extra pass, and keep it moving forward.
Another ball ripped away here, but Delta not able to convert it into points. Yanira Gabriel fouled underneath. DVC will hold on to the ball here. I'll tell you, I thought Sunday, that's the thing that's usually lacking in an All-Star game. They always say is defense, and you forget until they start turning it up like that you're dealing with like some of the best defensive players in the league as well. That Giannis, couple of blocks on LeBron and AD, that was a blast. I kind of want a Lakers-Bucks NBA Finals now. Rayana Bay has 6 here in the second half. That's all DVC have at this point, but that's the sort of thing here. A little bit of pride. Rayana trying to battle for a turnover here. Kiara Manipole loses control, but Bay not able to settle it as it kicks off her foot.
Got some water, got some air in the halftime break, or at that quarter intermission break. So that's why the form is back for just a moment. We'll see how far and how long that can stay the trend.
As the inbound pass comes to Tamiko Patterson, back now to Manipole. So worth noting, as we said, DVC trailed by 14 in that game against Delta and pulled it all the way back to within 1 during the fourth quarter. I think that was the real hope during the third as they pick up another pair of points here through Sarah Ruiz. Certainly hoping they could staunch the bleeding at some point in that third quarter to keep it close enough to really have a chance to come back. Nia Johnson shooting over the top of Kiara Watkins, no good.
Yeah, at this point, what's the message in the huddle at that quarter break? Do you just say it's a 0-0 game, just fight as hard as you possibly can and win the fourth quarter?
I think that's really all you can do at this point, and you know, if you're able to win the fourth quarter by 29, then party time. Then
I think the fat lady has sung at that point.
I mean, I think the thing worth remembering for DVC is that you know, they are a team that is at the very least in the neighborhood of Delta's level. If Delta can rip off a quarter like that, there's no reason DVC can't too. It's a little tougher given the foul trouble and the fatigue at this point. We've seen them work their way into games over the last 2 years. We've seen them do it this season. Nia Johnson unable to finish up at the cup, gets her own rebound and absorbs contact on the putback. That'll be on Tamiko Patterson. But really there in the third quarter, as you said, it's fatigue, it is pressure, it is just the rotation that Delta have been able to throw at the green and white tonight. And of course, a healthy dose of Donjay Payne. She's back out there on the court right now. Gabrielle looking for somebody to inbound to, tries to throw it off the back of Cochran, hoping to maybe get that to careen out of bounds and get another chance at the inbound. No dice. Kendall Weary coming the other direction, no good.
And maybe that sparks an idea, though. They're face guarding across the board, so if you're face guarding, the backs are open, right?
Yes, indeed. Kick out, right? Yanira Gabrielle, three-pointer from the left side, rattles home.
Her first points of the game.
Yanira really was one of the only bright spots in the fourth quarter against San Joaquin Delta a month ago. She had 11. That remains her career high. Gabrielle looking to feed her again. She's dribbling the baseline. Looks like she may have committed an offensive foul. Oh, correction. That's Jasmine Kong, actually, for a moving screen. Thought that might have been Gabrielle, but actually Kong moving her off. Monet Brown re-entering for San Joaquin Delta. She'll take Manipole off. Delta working their way to what is looking awfully likely in about 7 minutes and 30 seconds to be a perfect run through the Big 8 at 14-0. It's tough to say too much about that. That is a heck of a record in a league that has John A. Money chasing this down here at the near the scorer's table. But a league that's possessed of teams like Delta, like Sierra, like DVC, like Folsom Lake, who have been up in the top 15 in Northern California. For Delta to have not so much as a stumble. Folsom Lake have fallen off a little bit as of late. Vanessa Cochran, the three from the right wing, no good. Foul underneath the hoop. Called on Donjay Payne. That'll be her second.
That's only her second.
Gasp of disbelief from Max Agras.
Oh, man.
I mean, when we talk about controlled aggression, that's what we've largely seen from her. She's managed to do this within the letter of the law, and I'll be perfectly honest, on the one hand, I've seen her be, very assertive and very strong down there, but I can't remember a single time that I've said to myself, why didn't they call a foul on her just then?
Agreed.
Jumper from Jasmine Kong from just inside the three-point line, no good. Ball to Cochran in the left corner. She travels as she tries to get control of a long pass.
And Cochran has played the majority of the third quarter and coming into this fourth, so maybe a little fatigue showing on her.
Yeah, tough to know since a lot of teams in this league don't post minutes numbers for their players. Tough to know what Cochran is accustomed to playing, but we do know she comes almost exclusively off the bench. Kendall Weary taking a ball away here in the defense. Not able to finish, but Donjay Payne does. That's 21 for her tonight to lead all scorers. Long ball from the right corner. Nadia Johnson hits the underside of the net with that three. And again, the leg's just not there for the Vikings at this point. Substitution time after our referee demonstrates a hop, skip, and a travel.
If anything, they're still having fun on the court. He's been quite charismatic all night long.
And certainly, as we said, for the first game and a half, oh dear. That is a total mental gaffe right there as the ball's thrown away. Bay and Kong just disconnected. Ruiz the steal and the easy lay-in. Back to a 28-point Delta advantage with 5:55 to go. Jasmine Kong looking to find her stroke from deep here. She's got 7 tonight. Tamiko Patterson up at the top of the key. Dribbles to the right elbow. Over to Ruiz. Down into the paint for Payne. Manages to hold on to that. Spins. Sort of a reverse attempt at a layup. Not able to finish. Rebound to Nia. Jasmine coming the other way. Vikings going to lay that ball in off the glass. No good. Ware can't get the board. Delta running the other direction. Sarah Ruiz Looked like a couple of steps there, loses control of the ball, turns into an assist for Payne, and she finishes. Looks to bolster her stat line. Delta, it is worth noting, in that 101-81 victory that they had in Stockton a month ago, became the first team since Coach Ramondo Vaughn's first season to hang a C note on the Vikings. You do wonder right now, with them continuing to run as much as they are, if they look up at that board, see the 80, and they're thinking about trying to do it again. Tamiko Patterson's 3-ball, front iron, and then up off the back of the backboard. That'll roll out here. 4:46 to go. Delta dealing a bit of a body blow to the green and white.
And you bring starters back in the fourth quarter. They really mean business. DVC swept them all throughout the season and in the playoffs last year, so I think head coach Gina Johnson is just showing all her pride right now and showing the fangs.
And I think a big part of it, too, is the opportunity here, if they really do run the Vikings off the floor, to try to be in DVC's head if they do meet up in the postseason. I mean, remember, these are still likely to be the number 1 and 2 seeds in Northern California. There's a really good chance that they might encounter each other in a state semifinal, much as they did last year. 4:27 and counting to go here in our encounter tonight. Delta up 27, so it is worth noting at the very least, at the moment, the Vikings are winning the fourth quarter and continue to do so as Danae Murray misses that bunny.
One step and one play at a time. That's all you can do at this point.
Bay forward to Johnson, finds Gabrielle on the right side. No good on the 3-ball. Into the left corner here for Kiera Manipul. Throws that off of Ukiah Ware. Manages to catch her own rebound off the underside of the rim. Rihanna Bay forward for Gabrielle. Pulls up off glass. Very nice and very confident by Yanira.
Yeah, the thing that I'm noticing now is the fatigue is setting in on Delta, so now the speed of the game is about the same on both sides of the floor, so the Vikings are starting to take the advantage. They're winning that fourth quarter, and to be honest, they're the team that's about a step and a half ahead of Delta right now.
We'll go ahead and send this to a quick break here on the DVC timeout. 80-55, 3:48 to go in tonight's encounter. We'll be right back on the DVC Vikings Sports Network. Back to action at 3:48 to go in the fourth quarter. 80-55, and if you are mainly tracking this to see if the Vikings can win the fourth quarter, so far they're doing all right. They pick off a ball here. Rihanna Bay takes the 3 and off the turnover. Not able to hit. Kiera Manipul being hassled again. Vikings likely to treat the remainder of this a little bit as a scrimmage against very high-level opposition. Kiara Watkins firing up the three-pointer from the left corner, no good. Rebound comes out to Delta. Sarah Ruiz misses a 3. Another rebound for Delta. Maddie McMiller. It's a tie-up, and that'll go the way of DVC.
7th jump ball of the game. Keeping track of that.
They have slowed down just a little bit.
About 3 steps since the beginning of the game.
I want to say no one can run at that pace forever, but I did follow the DVC state championship team from last year, and they would make a liar of me. Rihanna Bay, right wing 3-pointer, front iron. Ukiah Ware battling for the board, but outmanned there. Danae Murray and Maddie McMiller battling for it. Kiera Manipul coming forward with 3 minutes to go. Top of the key, Murray tries to find McMiller. Looks to turn around on the left side, blocked by Ukiah Ware. DVC coming the other way. Nia Johnson. Her sister Nadia waiting to re-enter the game at the next stoppage. Yanira Gabriel fed, drives. Ignores Janae Money over there on the left side for the potential kick. Has it blocked away from her. Delta coming the other direction. 2:38 left. Bay and Nia Johnson doing good work there to try to trap McMiller in the corner. She gets out of it, gives it up to Manipul. 3-ball, Kiara Watkins railed it in. And back to the 28-point deficit that DVC were in at the beginning of the quarter. Janae Money from the left corner looking to get her stroke right. DVC likely planning to take out a lot of pent-up aggression against Modesto on Friday. And, of course, you'll have the chance to follow along with the green and white there for the final game of the regular season. And, of course, on DVC Vikings Live Radio. Follow along by going to dvcvikings.com, your source for all things green and white, and click on the audio link next to both the men's and women's basketball games for that night. Of course, as we've said here, next week when the playoffs get underway, fully expecting the women to be here at home in Pleasant Hill. Men, it appears likely to be on the road after falling tonight to San Joaquin Delta in a hotly contested game. So for that one, you'll be able to follow that as well on Vikings Live Radio.
The crazy thing that's just standing out to me as we look in this timeout is just the size of the bench difference. The Vikings really only have 2 people on their bench that haven't played tonight, and Delta's just a full army dressed in black and gold.
Yeah, you really need some extremely special players to make up for a team that doesn't have much depth. We saw that last season with the state champion Vikings. They ran about 6 deep most of that season. It seemed like every night they had a different a different player come out of the woodwork and
take the lion's share of the points.
Exactly, and be the difference. And I do have to say it pains me a little bit to say it, but the one what if that I continue to wonder about is Sierra Smith decided not to continue her college basketball career as Nia Johnson is fouled here. And I think about the aggression of this Vikings team. I think about the shooting they've got, and I imagine it with her tenacity, and for that matter, with her engine and her extra 5 fouls to use, and wonder what could be. I feel like the difference between this team and the Delta team is approximately her size. Certainly respect the decision made by the young woman, but it's hard not to wonder what if.
It's a positive note, though. Nia Johnson comes to the line despite the fatigue, knocks down both of them with perfect form.
23-point game. DVC winning the fourth quarter by 5. They trap Delta over at the outside, and another timeout called here by Gina Johnson.
And more than anything, that just shows heart right there. Doesn't matter the score, you're still going out here and forcing the opposition head coach to use the timeout because you trapped their player.
Well, I do know that we're watching the scoreboard and thinking about trying to win the fourth. I wonder if that is exactly what DVC are trying to do right now. And if that were the case, they're currently up 5, and that would have been a pretty big play coming down the stretch. Teams break their huddles. A little under 2 minutes left to go in tonight's game.
So what was it? First still 172? Is that what we're doing?
Right. That's the thing I loved about that Elam ending is you just play lockdown defense. Doesn't matter how long it takes.
Exactly.
You just keep getting your way in. As long as Giannis blocks every shot you try to take.
Future warrior Giannis?
Oh, we'll see about that. I think we're going to need another salary cap spike for that. Ball dumped in down low here. Nice move underneath by the 25. That's Akila Ray. First action we've seen from her. I believe she was injured during the game up in Stockton, because I was told in that one that she would not be a part of it. Brianna Bay hits a wing three-pointer for DVC, though.
20 points in the night for her. One bright spot for this Vikings team.
Absolutely, and it's amazing she's managed 20 despite just the absolute pressure she has been under every time the ball's in her hand. Cross-court pass, Kiara Watkins dumps it down underneath for Ray as that batted away from her and the foul called underneath.
And if you're wondering, number 8.
Oh, 8th jump. Oh, okay, my mistake. Need to clean off my glasses. I saw the wrong signal. Brianna Bay coming up and reading the passing lane against Kiara Manipul. Coach Cameo Williams, I imagine, in that last time out, just asking his charges for, just give me 2 more minutes. Give me 2 more minutes of Vikings basketball. Show me what this is. Third quarter, absolute nightmare. Quarters 1, 2, and 4.
Yeah, put
pretty
together.
solid. First half was fantastic.
Something you can take away.
Kiara Manipul falls under the challenge from Brianna Bay. I believe that might be 5 on her.
That is 5 on her. Should get a graceful exit out of this game.
So her night will end on 20.
And surprisingly enough, the Vikings only have this is their second foul of the fourth quarter.
Inbound taken long to Kiara Manipul. Has to chase that down and avoid the over and back. We are inside the final minute of play here from Pleasant Hill. And final minute of regular season basketball here on Steve Cochimilio Court. Trying to drive is Manipul, and she commits the offensive foul, a little out of control going up against Nia Johnson. That'll turn it over to the Vikings. Gabrielle back in. She'll take off Jasmine Kong.
Kong embracing with one of the coaches on the staff there. Terrific career so far, and hopefully a few more games to go for her sophomore season with the Vikings.
Nia Johnson, wing three-pointer. That's off back iron over the top of Yanira Gabrielle. Shot clock is off. Delta will cross the timeline and tie a bow on this one.
Vikings still pushing the pace.
Cross court over to Maddie McMiller. She drives in on Ukiah Ware, has it batted away. Clean block, but the ball will stay right here with Delta. Inbound underneath now to Maddie McMiller. She'll drop that back for Manipul. Bypasses one player. Right side. Three-pointer by Kiara Watkins. No good. Rebound comes to DVC. Nia Johnson will bring it across half court. 6 seconds left. Vikings looking for one last shot perhaps on Cochimilio Court. Nadia Johnson, deep three-pointer, will go wayward. And that's going to do it for a long doubleheader here. We'll take a look at the statistics and analyze a command performance here in the second half by the #1 team in the state of California. We'll take a quick break here on the DVC Vikings Sports Network and then come back with me and Max Agress to tie a bow on tonight's doubleheader. We'll be right back. And welcome back here. Joe Hickey joined by Max Agress on the DVC Vikings Sports Network. 85-63 our final score tonight here between the DVC women and San Joaquin Delta. A night that looked very different through 20 minutes. 41-41, and then came that monster third quarter for San Joaquin Delta. And Max, what went right for them? What went wrong for DVC?
Well, it was a really close game going through the two quarters, like we said, tied up at 41 if I'm not mistaken, but then third quarter happened. After the first 2 minutes, you could just see the fatigue. You could see the nonverbals from this whole entire team. They just hadn't had much gas left in their tank. They kept fighting. They kept going out there, and they didn't give up to the very last moment. So it's still something commendable to see, but it's just the fact of there's only 2 players on this Vikings bench that didn't play, and I think there was 13 people on the bench for Delta, if I'm not mistaken. So it's just that's a matter of fact of how it is. It's just the depth really took over. In the fourth quarter, you saw both teams got a little bit tired, and then the Vikings actually were the better team as they won the fourth quarter. I mean, I'm sure there's other factors that led into that, of course. But just looking at it from a glass half full perspective, you can at least take that one away. It's like, on paper, we are the better players, but it's just a matter of fact of how much you can get, how much production you can get, and how many fouls you really have to give at the end of the day.
Exactly, and you would say, too, that the way that Delta played that fourth quarter, I don't think you could necessarily say they didn't give it everything they got. I mean, the players that were out there were still attacking. They were still pressing. They were still taking that very last possession and looking to try to get points on the board. So, going toe-to-toe for that fourth quarter, like you said, something to try to grow on. They'll be very disappointed with how that third quarter went. The fatigue, the press, like I said, the inevitability of Donjay Payne down low, in particular in the first half of that third quarter, as the lead started to balloon. You get the sense that maybe if they could have kept it in that 15 range, maybe there might have been a chance, but the dam really broke down the stretch there. As far as other bright spots, we got to talk about Rihanna Bay.
Yeah.
She was basically the one source of offense in that second half.
And a continual force on defense as well. It didn't matter how tired she got. I don't know if she got – I think she got about like 4 minutes of rest time throughout the whole entire game. Gabrielle came in and I think it was the second quarter she came in for about a 4 minute span, but other than that, she stayed on the floor. The floor general was there the whole entire game through, and that's just something that you have to tip your hat up off for her.
Yeah, so the 20 from her to lead all DVC scorers. Donjay Payne throwing in 23 to lead everybody else. The only other players in double figures, Tamiko Patterson and Sarah Ruiz with 10 apiece, along with Nia Johnson for DVC. So I think that'll take care of it for us this evening. We thank you, of course, for joining us tonight for both games of our sophomore night doubleheader. We wish we had better news for you, but you got to do what you got to do. Delta always plays DVC tough, pretty much irrespective of sport. I've seen it in soccer. I've seen it in softball. They just tend to be monsters, and these teams tend to battle. Of course, there is one game left for each of the teams before this regular season comes to an end. You'll be able to follow those on DVC Vikings Live Radio. Easiest way to find the site, since the spelling of the website is a little bit dumb, is to go to dvcvikings.com and click the audio link for either game on the scoreboard, and then bookmark that bad boy for your future needs. Most notably, likely, the men's playoff game coming up in about a week and a half. We'll have all the information on that as well on dvcvikings.com once those brackets come out the middle of next week. I'll be joined by Adam Campos, by the way, as a color commentator for that. I'm looking forward to working with him. So men's game, that'll tip at 5:30. After that, the women will look to strengthen their case for a top 4 seed and a guarantee that their playoff games will both be here in Pleasant Hill. And just as importantly, that is going to be right here on the DVC Sports Network next Saturday, we assume, maybe Friday. We'll get the official information again later, but you'll be able to follow the women on there for the playoffs. Both those games, though, DVC Modesto coming up on DVC Vikings Live Radio. I think the fatigue's starting to get to me, too. I've been in the midst of a quadruple header today, 2 softball games, followed immediately by basketball, so I'm going to get us the heck off the air. We look forward to having you along for all of that in those 2 weekends. Until then, Joe Hickey for Max Agress and the entire VSPN team wishing you a great night and dreams of green. So long.